Just waiting for Brother Ison to come on in. We're going to do it again. This is going to be a very, 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 very deep show. And we're not holding back. If you haven't paid attention in class, you're going to get left back. We should have been studying Simply Deep 1985. It's all love. It's all good. It's still here. Still swinging. Making it happen. Let's give it a few moments for them to come in. Oh yes, I believe I'm seeing them right now. You didn't come here to listen to music, you came here to hear some truth. All right, let's knock this music out, y'all. Nice little tune, but you know, we can do away with that. But I gotta hit the intro.
Every Friday evening, tune in to radio's hottest talk show, bringing you the realest, uncensored conversations with the boldest man on the net, LanceScurv.
Yes, welcome to the LanceScurv Show. Let me turn this volume down so we don't have any funny business going on, because we want to hear every syllable of what our brother has to offer. If you haven't heard the shows that we did, the recorded segments, this man is phenomenal. And he's so laid back with the truth that he's sitting on. And he doesn't come out with this intensity like he's angry. He's just telling you. It's just like he just talks, and it's just like conversation. And it's almost like when a cat scratches you, barely scratches you, a little kitten, you're like, eh. And you start walking down the block, you're like, wait a second, you know, blood. What? You know, like in the cartoons where the guy takes a sword and chops your head, chops your neck, and you walking around, your head falls off. That's the way he hits you. No agenda. This is his position. This is his place. This is what he does. Brother Ison, I'm glad you're here. People say, well, what is this guy's not correct? What is he saying? There's no proof. Listen, if you resonate with the truth and you're on a high frequency, trust me, it's going to connect with you, you know. And I'm still sweating because I just jumped out the shower a little while ago. We were on the phone not too long ago, brother. Correct? How are you doing, brother?
Yeah. Hey, I'm feeling good. How you doing, man?
Oh, I'm hyped. I got a natural crack gland in my body, so I'm always, you know, Prozac'd out naturally.
Superman.
Nah, I'm not. No. See, he got the S on his chest because really, it's not Superman. It's Scurv. He stole that from me.
There you go. He stole you, man.
He's not melanated. I didn't have to come from another planet to come to another atmosphere. I'm here and I'm mighty. You're here and you're mighty. Don't let that propaganda get to you. You know that. Brother Britain, live free. Black Men at Work. Nicole Powers, love you all. Yeah, listen, let me just say one thing before, right? The notifications are not going out no matter how hard I try, no matter how much I double check. They're not going out. Conspiracy? Probably. I don't want to keep harping on it, but you know my channel is compromised. You're hearing about that talk. Even across the diaspora, Caucasians are going through it, but especially Black people who speak their unapologetic truth. And I'm not the biggest guy out here, and there are bigger people that are experiencing this big time. They're really talking about it, and I'm feeling it also. So sometimes I have to alter the titles of my videos where it may be a little more vague as to what the contents might be. But look at the graphic. I'll put it there, and it's always going to be the same. But they look for certain keywords in the title. That being said, Britain. Yes, Uncle Lance here. Yeah, exactly. I heard about that. We're going to talk about that tonight and all this weekend. But brother Ison, let's flow, man. I'm feeling good. I only got about maybe 3.5, 4 hours of sleep, but I don't think of in terms of 24 hours. I just think of ongoing. How much do I have left in the pot? You know, my energy's up, the frequency's up, and I'll get some sleep whenever. I might sleep tomorrow 12 hours and make up for it. So you never know. Where were we in our prior conversation that I would probably like to start out on? Because there is no one set way we're going to talk. You're just going to flow. talk to me. Where are you at right now in your heart and your mind, your body, your soul?
I mean, it's just so much stuff coming down from the spirit room. I think this is just a time of awakening for all Black people right now, and just people who are conscious and aware of and asking questions. You know what I'm saying? Because when you ask the question, that's when the answer comes. But if you don't ask, you know what I'm saying? It's looking for you. The person who asked the question is, the answer is looking for you also. So that's where I'm at right now, man. There's so much stuff that's been revealed, like stuff that growing up, you hear stories and stuff like that. And it's like I'm decoding these stories and decoding the world around me. You know what I mean? And it's just, I don't know. It's a shift going on in the universe right now. So
yes,
people got to be aware of that. Yeah, it's definitely a shift. And I mean, even the Earth itself is changing.
Yeah.
It says global warming. It's not global warming. The sun is actually heating up. You know what I'm saying? In the last, they said
we don't have to be scared about that.
Oh, we don't see. My younger brother called me, and I think it was last week, and he was saying, "Yeah, the global warming." And I said, "No." I said, "Ain't no global warming." I said, "The Earth is handling a problem in its own natural way."
Right.
By the sun heating up. They said in the last 120 years, the sun has not heated up like this, where it's melting the Antarctica and different glaciers and stuff that's never been heated. So they're coming up with this global warming, but no. So I asked my brother, I said, "No," I said, "You ain't even got to worry about it." I said, "What happens when something heats up?" I said, "When you get sick," I said, what does your body do?" He said, I don't know. I said, "You heat up. It's called a fever." A fever heats up to get rid of the disease in your body.
There you go.
So the Earth is up to get rid of this. You see what I'm saying? And the people who are doing this, don't worry about it.
And who's going to be affected by the sun more so?
Exactly. If you ain't meant to be here, don't worry. The Earth is a living thing, so it will get rid of, you know what I'm saying, what don't belong. Trust me.
Well, you know what?
I've got lots of years of experience.
you know what? It's funny because it's almost like when you see the drug dealer on the hood movies, and they're having a shootout, and they grab a little baby or grab a woman and hold up the woman as a shield. Right? I'm just saying symbolically. Are they snatching us up because of that? On a spiritual, physical level, the sun and all the spiritual wickedness that's going on? Grab up Black babies. Take their melanin out of them somehow. Like the mark on the door when the spirit of death will pass by. Well, we have, like Madonna, I got 50 million Black babies around me. Maybe I can hide. They'll be my shield.
Yeah, I do see a lot of that too. I see a lot of celebrities adopting pure African children, not children from America.
Right.
They want pure African children.
That's right.
And I don't know. I think, are they maybe trying to take the energy as far as to be the karma? I feel like they're using it to try to lessen the karma. Like, okay, I'm helping, the natural children of the earth now, because they understand it's doom coming down on them. I mean, I looked at last year, 2016.
And Unlucky, we're on your side. Go ahead, man.
Yeah. List of famous people or important people who died in 2016. And I'm seeing rich people with money, people with assets, people with fame, and they're dying of cancer or they're dying of something crazy. And I'm saying, see, this is karma. This is karma hitting them.
Yep.
There's nothing they can do. You know what I'm saying? If you're wrong, you're wrong. It's just a matter of time when you're going to pay for it. So
you're not getting out of the store without paying for it. If you do, the buzzer goes off.
Exactly. And if they don't, that's that's just the laws of karma. You know, you can do something, but even if you get away with it, it's still it's an effect that happens. You know what I'm saying? Even down the line.
Right.
So you know, that's just the law of the day right now.
Right.
You know, and as far as the slaves that were brought to America, see, we don't know. We were brought here. They didn't know what they were doing. They
Right.
thought that it was, oh, we got the advantage over these people. Same people that's gonna fulfill the prophecy.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So
They know this though.
absolutely, and that's
They know
why
it.
they're looking, like in the Bible, looking for the Christ, looking for the one that's gonna change it. You know what I'm saying? That's
Exactly.
a monitoring device. Because I'm in Chicago, and Illinois is one of the highest in the country recorded places on the planet. They say we have more cameras in Illinois than any state in the country.
Wow.
So this is literally like walking around, monitored on every corner.
It's a voyeur's paradise.
But I'm not worried. Like you were saying, exactly. Voyeur's paradise, man. Voyeur's paradise. You know, they were talking about this internet bill they're gonna pass to be able to sell personal information.
Right.
I mean, I think that's breaking the Constitution right there.
Yeah, but see, you know, we got to move about the earth in a way that, like I said last night, there is no privacy. So I'm not saying to you or to anybody here in a demeaning way or funny way, but like, let's get over that. There is no privacy. Stop and frisk on all levels, not just in the street. You know, I mean, I might do a show naked just to prove that I don't care about privacy. I'm not going to do that. I'm just saying, like, it doesn't bother me none because I already know whatever they want to know in secret, and they're going to do it anyway. They've been doing it. After 9/11 especially, we gave up, you know, get the boogeyman, get bin Laden, look at everything we have. Plus, I have no shame anyway, so it's like, it doesn't bother me. I only have shame for those I love. Like, I don't want to shame you all. But, you know, if I was alone, and I'd be the zaniest person. You wouldn't get me with that. That's a way of ruling with fear. You already have us in check. I don't mean in check like you're stopping us from doing what we do, but you already monitor us to the 100th power. Well, you know, there may be some, you know, why are you telling me this? It's like I'm on punishment and don't know it. I'm home eating dinner and I know I'm going to get it, but, you know, I know I can't go out, but now, well, you know, you can't go out. I already know that. It's not shocking me. Let's understand that and speak our truth. But the internet, they're going to limit that one day. They're already all up and down. It wasn't like it was 5 years ago, 10 years ago. You can do all kind of things on the internet. And I have to figure out the term, but those of us, this internet as we know it for the most part, this is like the surface. There's a deep sea of internet that is so uncharted. We're not even touching. So really, they can get us, but we're going to have to know how to move covertly.
Absolutely. It's going to have to be some type of encryption in the future because this was a project. This started as a military project, the internet. See what I'm saying? It was called the intranet. And they used it for military communication. But like everything in a capitalistic society, they saw opportunity to commercialize it and make money. So they came out with AOL and other things like that, the commercialized version of that technology. But at the same time, look at what they titled it, the World Wide Web. A lot of people just say that and they don't understand. What is a web? What is a web? How does a web work?
Right.
A web works, the spider weaves the web. So the spider understands how the web works. So how the web works in design is the spider doesn't stay on the web. He weaves the web and he leaves. So therefore, the insect that goes or browses or goes around the web feels safe on the web. Now, while that insect gets comfortable on the web, he gets tripped up and he gets caught. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then as he gets caught, right when he feels safe, that's when the spider comes back and he gets them. So that's basically what's going on with this internet right now. We have been comfortably putting our information, saving our information, storing our information, Facebook, email, pictures, everything. Because there used to be a point where people were so nervous about doing that, but it's the web. We got comfortable. We don't see them watching us. So you kind of feel like you're alone on the internet when you surf and you do stuff. Because there's no one in your face in real life standing over you, watching you, so you feel comfortable, just like the insect on the web. So when the spider comes now back, like when they're gonna roll this law back, now it's like, oh man, all my stuff is out there. I'm stuck on this web. I can't get out. So this is a project. See what I'm saying?
Great analogy. That's awesome.
Yeah, well, I mean, they call it the web. You know what I'm saying? And a web is not a place for, a web is designed to trap you. See what I'm saying? But also, look at psychology. You know, psychology wasn't a study until late 1800, what, 1879, something like that. That's when they started actually labeling psychology as a study. And basically, like what you were saying with the voyeurism, psychology was the study of human behavior that had never been observed before. So once they start doing that, it gave them a whole new perspective on how to control, monitor, you know what I'm saying, a human being. Whereas if you are not studying psychology, you're at a disadvantage now to the people who are studying. Because have you ever heard of like the Ash experiment?
Yeah, tell me about that. Okay,
the Ash experiment is, they conducted experiments in I think this was the early 1950s and before, black and white TV days even. And they would do experiments on subjects who were not aware that they were being a part of the experiment. So they would do things in a controlled environment. They'd have people come around to see what they can form with the group. Would they do things based on the behavior of others? And when I saw this, I mean, you can look at some of this stuff on YouTube. They got a few clips,
right,
even in black and white. But the behind studying how to control individuals and manipulate them based on social behavior and conformity, that is, man, you know what I'm saying? That's some real strong stuff. And we're like Sophia Stewart on when we're talking about the Matrix. We really are in the Matrix, because when you show someone what's really going on, it really blows, their mind.
Yeah.
Basically, when they really see it, it's like, imagine we were cows. Just give you an example. Imagine we were cows, and we on this farm, and we got a nice little area that we can run around, and we got our family here, we got friends, other cows, and we're in this little area. We living our life, going about it. We say, oh look, they're giving us free food. This ain't bad, man. You know what I'm saying? They're keeping us healthy. They're keeping us, we got places. We doing good. I don't know, man. They taking care of us. And I say, hey, man. Hey, guess what I found out, man? What? What's up? You know what happened to Ronnie? Ronnie, yeah, he just disappeared. What happened to him? Well, guess what? I seen where they took him. What you mean? Man, I seen it. I seen where they took him, man. Where they take him? And I show you the factory. And I show you that we are being processed into, that slices, dices, and uses us for food.
Wow.
In a system where we are prepackaged. And you're like, oh my God, that's what we're here for? That's the reality of life. That's what's going on down here. We're living in this life where we're being used for our energy. It's like a human farm. It's a human farm. And once you wake up to it, you're trying to wake everybody else up. They're like, nah, man, nah, life is life, and you know, you gotta ask questions.
Yeah, they're gonna call that cow a conspiracy theorist.
Exactly, which is a very dismissive label.
Exactly.
If you call someone a conspiracy theorist, what that does is it pre-gauges the mind to say this person. It makes you dismiss them before you even hear what they got to say.
Yes.
So,
let me just add on to that. I mean, here we have the cows, disputing this one cow who is speaking his truth, and they don't even consider it because they're being fed. They're out on the pasture, even though we know that's not the way it really goes. But they're out there, they're eating, they're full, they're enjoying themselves. They're taking dumps out there and having intercourse or doing whatever they do. They don't know. Like the conspiracy theorist cow is like, hey, this is happening. They're like, nah. But where are we disappearing to? Old Joe over there, we don't see him anymore. Homegirl over there that I was going to try to hit on, she's gone. Right? And people don't notice this. And it's like, we know, okay, we're going to transition. But now it's so obvious in our face with all of these people who are missing. What's up? And they come at me all the time. This can't be because this and this and this and that. And like someone said in the comment section of one of the videos, they said, listen, there are too many informants and agents on the ground amongst us, normal looking people who are connected to this web, right? Oh, you sound crazy for saying that, Scurv. And they know what's going on. Some do and some don't. Paid off. Like, listen, keep an eye on this area. Let us know. We're going to hit you off. Nobody wants to be poor. Everybody wants a little help. Or you could appeal to someone who they have a need. You could be a person with a lot of money, but they have a broken ego. Their ego needs to be stroked. So a couple of women come around and stroke this man's ego. He's willing to give anything up. You have to find out what the opponent's weak point is in any battle.
Exactly.
So what might get you may not get me. There's somebody who thinks that half-naked women sending a Facebook friend request is going to get me. Just deleted one just now. I mean, I'm getting 10, 15, 20 a day. No profiles, just bodies and smiles. And, sometimes they put on pornographic. I'm like, wait a second. How is this person going to have a pornographic image or video on their profile page and it's not taken down by Facebook? But I can sit here and have a discussion and they'll harass me and harass others and block them and put them in Facebook jail. So go figure. You know what I mean? So we need to really look around and just see things for what they are instead of we're in the hoods. Some of us may receive some type of help from the government. So we're getting that. We're grazing the grass. We're hanging out. We're getting fed, but we're getting set up to be slaughtered. Yeah,
I totally agree with you. And that's why, because I have people asking, well, why do they give a subsidy, or why do they feed people? Why do they give them food cards and stuff like that?
Yeah,
and because they need to farm. They need to farm.
Right.
Like I was saying, the cow that goes and says, "Hey, look what they're doing," and then they show another cow, and they seeing a cow being hung up on a hook, and they split them down the middle, and you see the guts. And then they take the guts and chop it into pieces and send it down a assembly line, be packaged to go in a grocery store. And they're like, no, this can't, there's no way they're doing that. Well, that's the same with this organ harvesting that's been going on.
Right.
They're harvesting organs. You know what I'm saying? But you tell an average person, oh, no, that's crazy. Why would they do that? That's the biggest question I get by simple-minded people.
Right.
And I'm not dissing them, but their logic is, why would they do that? Just because you don't know why someone is doing it,
right,
doesn't mean they're not doing it.
They're so
why?
Right. They'll fight you down more, and you're just trying to open up their mind to think. And if they dispute you, research it and find a way to dispute you. It's just
exactly. Come with research. And that's what I'm saying. I get so many people that want to argue something without doing research on what you want to argue about.
Right.
How can you have a strong position on something you don't know about? That is ignorance at the highest level. and then they'll argue you down, and they don't even know. Like, at least go take a peek before you so sure. You know what I mean? Oh no, that is no, that's crazy talk. You know?
Right.
So that's when you know a person is not conscious and aware. I mean, you know, we've had the missing girls thing. You've seen that.
Yeah.
We've had, and that's just the tip. That's just what it leaked. That's what leaked. Imagine what's going on that you don't see. Imagine how many girls or how many people have been organ harvested that you don't know about. You know what I'm saying? Imagine how many people see, and it is disturbing to think this way. You know what I mean? But once you know reality, you can be prepared to deal with it. And finding the truth is just a hard. Every time I come across truth, as long as, I mean, I've been searching for truth for a while now. Every time I see it, it still makes you stop in awe of how crazy stuff really is, you know?
Right.
Like, you know, you're like, wow, this is what really is going on. Yes, it is.
And,
David Rockefeller. Huh?
No, I was going to say, and yet and still we'll turn on the TV and believe what's told to us without questioning it. But then we'll have someone like yourself who'll come and, you know, stoke our there's a side of us that we don't want to go to. We don't want to think. You're making people think they don't like you. Just let me be mindless and just give it to me. You know, let me just lay back and be passive and just stroke this propaganda into my brain. Right? But that's what it is.
Nah.
Yeah. We're not aggressive anymore to find out and straighten things out. It used to be back in the day, you come to a brother with some foolishness. You know, not what you're saying is foolishness, but a brother like yourself, someone else would come to with some foolishness, like, man, get out my face with that, man. That's not real. Prove to me, you know. But we are holding on to something that we're seeing it. You know, 2468 is not, the next number is not 18, it's 10. We got to trust on now that feel that we have, because we've been so far removed from reality. And we have other things in our head. We're walking around with things and drama in a hijacked reality in our head. People in the street doing selfies and, you know, just, where are you, man? You know, where's your mind at? You work so hard to produce a counterfeit reality, and the one that you live in is sad and diminishing. Go ahead, brother.
Exactly. Yeah, no, I'm agreeing with everything you're saying. It's distraction. It's distraction. How can you distract? The magician. What is the magician's biggest secret? All magicians can be boiled down in one simple construct, and that is distraction, or what you call misdirection. It's called misdirection.
Right.
What that does is, if I can get your mind focused on something else, I got you. You see what I'm saying? Focus just for that little half a second. Oh, look, a bird. Boom. Got you. Because you didn't see when he swished his hand in his back pocket, because he designed the show to make you look at something that occurred, some event, while he did the switch. Boom. Now it looks like, you know, real magic.
Right.
That's what's going on with these cell phones. We are constantly staring at screens all day. We are consumed by media, sound bites. And something I was going to say earlier about David Rockefeller. We was talking about organ harvesting. David Rockefeller was 101 years old. And you can look this up for yourself. 7 different transplants. Do you know that the Medical Association and the laws regarding getting heart transplants, you can't receive a heart transplant if you're over the age of 70 years old, and you have to be in good health. So how did a man 101 not only skip the line to get a heart transplant, but get 7?
Yeah.
Oh man, but it couldn't have been from the medical. So that's illegal. So he had to be kidnapping people or getting it from an external source. It couldn't be the medical it couldn't be from a medical facility.
But you know, but you know what though, the medical facility as we know it, the medical profession as we know it, because I just have the feeling that it is very highly organized, and it's above the thinking of most folks out here who are just living their life, blue collar style, and even beyond. But there are no places in the hood where you can store organs. You know what I mean? There's no hookup. That to me, most of the stolen organs are in our hospitals that we go to. They're stored away somewhere. And I believe that most of the people who are part of the medical staff, they don't know. And there are some who know, like, not to go over in that area. We're told not to, and we're not going to mess around. And they know it's something big. Places that are sprinkled across the country. This is a big country. Go out of your big city and, across the country and drive. Like, man, this is, you ever go on a long drive from state to state, and in your mind, it's like, I'm going to get there in a certain amount of time. The fact that for so many hours, you might not see anything that much at all. And you begin to understand how vast this place is. And when you know that we have missiles that are underground, that if something jumps off, it opens up, shoop, like, damn, might even be in the inner cities too. We don't know what's going on underground. Sometime, the earth tremor, or that could have been something far away drop. You can sometimes hear rumblings in different places. There were places in New York, or not in the city per se, but on the outskirts, where there were things going on underground, as far as I'm concerned. There's so many places here to do things. Why aren't they some facilities that, I'm not saying we need them, we want them, but places where all of this stuff goes down for the elite? The elite are going to get theirs. They're going to get the hookup. The rules don't apply to them. They have the money and the influence, the power, and they're going to remain elite. 7 heart transplants. First of all, that's nasty. That's like licking off a spoon after 8 people licked on it too. You know what I mean?
Oh, he was trying to stay alive, man.
Yeah.
He was trying to stay alive. You know why? Because he know he ain't got a soul. And he's like, man, do whatever you can to keep me here. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's what it was about. But as far as what you were saying with the medical association, no, man. It ain't stored. When they do them transplants, they need a live person.
Oh,
so
okay. Right.
See what I'm saying? They have a database with all the information of the blood types and matches. And they go through that database and they say to the, like you call them elite. I don't think they're elite. I think they full of shit. But basically, they contact these people and they go, oh, we got a match.
Right.
We got a match. We got this person here. We could have the heart. He's a blood type match, such and such and such. Money talks, and they kidnap the person. The person goes missing. And then, you know what I'm saying? We don't hear nothing else about it, because there was a boy who, this was years ago, but they found him in a gym, black boy.
Right, in Georgia.
That's right. And he had newspaper. They stole, all the organs were gone. And when they interviewed the principal, he didn't want to talk. I'm like, how in the world would you not cooperate with an investigation unless you are part of something that you don't want to be found out about? You know what I'm saying?
I tell you,
and that's just
let me just tell you, maybe nobody wants my old heart, right? But if anybody's around me and they're trying to snatch them, or they coming at me, like I said, it's gonna be funny, because I'm going out swinging. If there's something sharp and I don't have a knife, I'm gonna knock you over the head with a computer. I'm turning this table over. I'm digging out your eyes, and I'm not gay. I don't have no man's penis in my mouth, but I'm biting that too off if it's in my face. I'm going out. You gonna work for this heart. You gonna work for this. Not me. They'll be all rolling around bloody, like, just let him go. The other person over there in the corner, he's an easier catch. I'm looking for that stuff. They ain't getting me.
And that's one of the things. No, you're right. If we had more people with that spirit, though, you know what I'm saying? Even when it was in slavery times, it was so many people who just rolled over and out of fear. And I'm saying it may have been like 2 or 3 guys on the field running thousands of people. And these thousands of people, if they had just grouped up, they could defeat. And they did have a lot of revolts, and it was not. See, they didn't talk about how many slave rebellions it really was, because that would have, if they had have publicized that at the time, even in the newspapers that they had, it would have gave encouragement to other people. Oh, this is happening. You see what I'm saying? And there would have been more rebellions. But that's what we need to do as a people. The conscious people and the people like yourself, people on your show, people around the world who are conscious, we need to group up together, because just like the Transformers, just like putting all the colors together, like I was saying, to make the ultimate color. You can take out a large thing with a small thing. Just look at cancer, how cancer works. Cancer is microscopic. But when they group up together, they can kill the host. They can kill a whole human being, and it's something that you can't even see without a microscope.
Wow.
So we do the same thing with these so-called elite or whatever. They're supposed to be so big, whatever. It's billions of people on the planet. Leave the racial divide, the religious divide, the political divide, the structural divide, and we get together, we can kill the host. You see what I'm saying? But we see ourselves as separate. It's like the cancer cells, like I said, seeing themselves as, oh, I'm just one little cell. No, together you can do some damage. And so this is why they're separating us. You know, every day you see a story that involves some type of reinforcement of separation, race, sex, age, culture, religion. It's just constant bombarding. And if a lot of people, you know, and it's funny, when you talk to people in real life, I find it's a lot of people really do have good hearts. You know what I'm saying? But they're getting basically mind control with the media, and how to think, how to feel. You know what I mean? A lot of these white people, I've met white people, they got prejudice and they live in an area where there's no black people. So the only experience they got is looking at a black person on the TV screen. But if you meet them in real life and they go, oh, wait a minute, this person ain't, well, he seemed to be a decent person. You know, it's like, wait a minute, they don't fit the stereotype that I have told myself because I don't have the first-hand experience. And that's the same with knowledge and with anything else. Until you see it up close,
right,
it's bad to make assumptions. You know what I mean? But yeah, their days are numbered, man. They're falling like flies. I mean, you got people, what they call elite families, they're getting older, and they can't,
right,
you know what I'm saying? They can't take it with them.
Right, right, exactly.
You know?
Yeah. Where do they go? They know, you know?
Exactly.
And you see, you know, it's funny, and this is just a broad statement. When we as black people, it's not a religious thing, it's just a spiritual thing. When we make statements, and notice this when you're on a job or in public or in some setting, observe you who are disconnected. And for the most part, when you look at it, even those of us who are black, and we may be downtrodden, or maybe an alcoholic or addicted to drugs, whatever, they really don't come at us and say, oh, this is not true. When we speak of, you know, the afterlife and our ancestors and going to heaven or going to hell, it's pretty much a wrap. We don't get that pushback from our own people, no matter what state they find themselves in. But with others who may proclaim, I'm a Catholic, or I'm this, or I'm that, or they may even say they're a Christian and they're other. When you really have a conversation and they're overhearing it, because we don't direct these things toward them, when we say, yes, you know, my ancestors told me this, or when I get to that point, you know, when I ascend, I don't know exactly how it's going to be, but I know things are going to be all right. I know justice, you know, will prevail. Not that I'm waiting for it, you know, the pie in the sky type thing, or I got to wait until I die. No, but not limited to here on this level. I find many of them fear that place. They don't want to think about what they call death. It's really not death for us. We know that we're connected to something bigger. We just don't know sometimes, depending on our awareness and our connectedness, what exactly it's going to be. But it's like being in a room and you're hungry and your friend or your family is 2 rooms over preparing you a meal. You don't know what it is. I smell something. I know it's going to be good. Somebody else is like, yeah, I have to know what it is. And no, it's all right. I know my friend got me. Me personally, I know the system without man's hands touching it is a perfect system. When you look at the seasons, when you look at the planets, when you look at how things move about, man has messed that up. We are part of that perfect system. So I don't have to dissect it and break it down and start doubting it. I accept it. How are we not going to accept transition? We can't do a damn thing to stop it. And we know that our elders and our ancestors and those even younger than us who have passed on naturally or by an accident, whatever, it's okay. We're going to be there one day soon. And it seems that many of these people who are not connected don't want to. Well, what do you mean, ancestors? Well, aren't you a Christian? That's wrong to think that way. Once they're dead, they're dead. I'm not saying at home, my father's sitting next to me and he's talking right now that way, but I'm connected to him on the inside. My mother, people in my family and bloodline who I haven't even seen that were alive hundreds of years ago. I am the baton in the race. Their particular part of the race is over. They passed the baton. Now I'm going to pass something on to other people, and it doesn't just have to be in my family as far as blood, spiritual level. And that's what they don't like, us seeing ourselves as a collective. They don't like that. I was on the bus the other day, and this cooned out chick, there was a guy who got on high. He was cracked out. I smelled the crack on him. He was mumbling out his mouth. And this woman doesn't really talk to me. She coons for everybody. We have regular riders. And she just, I'm trying to move out the hood. I don't want to be around those peoples. You know what I mean? I'm trying to get better and move in your neighborhood, talking to the white man. He said, he loved it. Right? So all of a sudden, she picked up my spirit. And when this guy got on and he wasn't representing himself correctly, he had a lot of issues. Bus driver. I let her say it again. Bus driver. I said, yes, can I help you? I knew she was coming with something. That's your cousin. That's your cousin, right? That's your cousin. Yes, he is. Anybody who looks like him is my cousin. And she didn't expect that. And the white man looked up like, he's one of those Malcolm X Negroes. But they don't like to see us embrace each other, whether we're doing the right thing or whether we're downtrodden. It's my responsibility to help that brother out some kind of way. It may take years, and it may be a collective thing. I do a little bit, you do a little bit. But we have to see ourselves as a whole. Now, we can't throw away our ascension because there's somebody who doesn't want to rise. There's a time and place. It's like some of y'all just going to have to perish. You love the slave master and his trinkets so much. That's
right. You love it and you're addicted to it. But I don't blame. That's really good. You was just talking about that because I see people all the time that, oh, look at these guys out here. They're standing out in the corner and da-da-da-da. And I'm saying, think about it. Do you think they want to be out there?
Right.
Do you think these people, like even a person that's addicted to drugs, if you look in their mind, do you think that person wants to be addicted? Some of these people are desperately trying to escape the addiction, but it's so strong, they are helpless to it.
Mm-hmm.
Then you got people that want to judge others, and that judging comes from a Western mentality. Once again, to judge everyone and see yourself as superior. That's like me looking at my hand and my arm and saying they're not part of the same body. When you see your brother or your sister on the street, that's a part of you, whether you know it or not.
Yeah.
It's still a part of you.
Mm-hmm.
And, and that's how they divide and conquer us, keeping us individual-based mentality. Like, for instance, I'll give you an example.
Mm-hmm.
How many white children do you hear saying they want to be a rapper or a basketball player? It's a small percentage compared to black children. I could do a survey. I could go around the whole city. If I ask even older young men. Okay, what do you want to be? Oh, I want to be a rapper. I want to be a basketball player. It's the limiting of choice in your mind that is your only route. You ask a white kid, oh, I want to be a scientist. Oh, I want to study geography. Oh, I want to dig up fossils. I want to be a archaeologist.
Right.
Oh, I want to do law. You see what I'm saying? And this is what I'm saying. Almost every black person I talk to, they talk based on individual pursuits. And what that does is you see someone of your race as not a brother or not as a person who is an asset to you, but you see them as an opponent. And therefore, you don't want to help the person next to you because you see it as a personal pursuit to glorify yourself. But at the end of the day, no one else gains, not even your children, not even people around you. It's all these competitive-based mindsets like rap and basketball, whatever. These are all entertainment. But I want to see more black children say, I want to be a movie director. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You know how powerful it is to be a movie director? Not an actor.
Right.
A movie director. You are writing history. You are writing a mythology that speaks, like I said, on the visual level, which is a higher language.
Mm-hmm.
And those movies last forever. And they hit home. But we complain about the Oscars and, the white people ain't giving us awards. Where are the black directors? Where are the black people coming up? We need to come up with our own storybooks.
Yes.
We go in Disney, you go in the store, it's all white imagery. All the nursery books. Disney understood from the ages of 1 to 7. You have a learning center. It's called Super Learning. It opens up between the ages of 0 to 5. This is why children can learn all those languages easily. Once you get to the age of 7, those centers start to be less malleable.
Mm-hmm.
And they start closing a little bit, and you start learning conformity and social awareness. So what I'm saying is that's what's messing us up. And I'm not just talking about black people, but mostly I am. We need to change our mindset from being individual based. Everything is about me. And you'll see that you can have power if you work as a unit. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
If you work as a unit. Because then if it's something that you're missing, somebody else could be the answer for that. More. But yeah, that's how they keep our mind. And that's why I always ask myself, I said, they don't promote anything black, but they do promote sports and they do promote rap or entertainment. And most of those people they promote, they are foolish. They're foolish with their money. They're foolish with handling finances.
Mm-hmm.
And most of these people died with nothing.
Right.
But they made the owners rich. They made the owners rich. And even if you look at NBA, the terminology in the NBA is slavery-based terminology they use. You got an owner. You're a human being, but you have an owner. Think about that. An owner. Team owner. And then when you get picked, they call it first draft pick. Getting picked. They used to put slaves on chopping blocks and have auctions and say, oh, I want to pick this guy. I want to pick him. Oh, he's nice and strong. So you get picked. And then they call it a draft. That comes from slave drafts. And then if you are working on a team, you wear the jersey and the number of your team owner. So you're like a slave, and it's based on your labor, and your production is your promotion is based off that. But then they can trade you. They can trade you to another team. They used to trade slaves. So this is they're using terminology that comes from slavery, and we celebrate this and worship this as the highest ultimate.
Right.
I want to see people saying, I want to be a team. I want to start my own league. Why do we always think on the minute level of things instead of seen as the whole picture?
Right. Right.
You know what I mean?
And the entire human family wins when it's that way. We win, everybody wins.
That's right.
You see what I mean? And see, many people will say, well, you're always talking this black talk. Well, many people out there feel that, well, it's not my problem. others in other communities, when we start to break down, we're not being divisive, we're just breaking it down. When you say different races, different countries, you know, on a sexual level, there's so many ways of breaking it up. But everybody seeks to heal themselves. You know, you don't see a deer out in the wild break a leg and it runs over to a skunk and says, "Hey, skunk, can you help me?" And it complains that the skunk didn't help me, but they helped themselves. We're supposed to have our own so that we don't have to deal with situations when the skunk don't like us. You see what I mean? And we'll get respect from the skunk if we're that deal with the broken leg, because it's like, oh, you know, they got their own. I got to deal with them equally. I have to deal with them equally. They're not coming to me and saying, you must treat me equal. No, I give you no choice to treat me with equality, because you know I don't need you. Let's look at it this way. A young lady, gorgeous, drop dead gorgeous, intelligent, smart, spiritual, has it going on, but she's dead broke, living from paycheck to paycheck. How do you think that arrogant man, not all men are arrogant, but that arrogant man, when he's given her all those sweet nothings on how he's going to treat her with respect, when all he has in his mind is he wants to get to her body, to enjoy the adornments, the female adornments that she has. When it comes time that he's paying for the restaurant and paying for the movie or the Broadway play, she's selling herself out because she doesn't have her own. And he knows this. So he's going to treat her so good, because when he pops the question as to what hotel they're going to go to that night, and that's probably the only choice that she ever had as far as other than picking what she wanted to eat at the menu, and she tries to shy away and say, no, I'm not comfortable with that right now. I didn't think. Well, you know what? He may not rape her, but guess what? She's not going on a date with him anymore. And you don't need that kind of man, but I was just basically saying that if that man knew that she had her own car, okay, I'll meet you there. You know what I mean? It's nice to drive in the same vehicle. And she was healthy on a financial level and had many other people who wanted to date her and treat her nice. He knows now he's got to treat her equally because the opportunity may not come. But if he had the power over her, he might be a little more arrogant. So here in this country, there are many people who look at us like we're a burden. You know, why don't the niggas get up and do for themselves? Well, you know, the systematic racism, the things that are here, and there are some people I know who can do for themselves where they can't crying that and saying, I can't do this because of that. When look at all that I do in my own little world. I got a lot to do. There's not enough hours in a day because of my thinking. But you have to have discipline and focus and be able to detoxify yourself away from that very sweet thing that your oppressor gives you. The TV, their education, believing in the fairies, you know, the fairy tales. So this is a lonely existence when you walk this way. And you got to be prepared. One more thing I want to say, this is your talk, man, but I got to say this one thing. I read a lot of blogs. I read a lot of things. I watch a lot of things. There was a gentleman who was writing an article. His blog is Very Smart Brothers. That's in brothers is spelled not with the ER, but like an AS. And he was writing an article about the 5 tips that he would give to anybody who wants to become a blogger, you know, a writer / blogger, but a blogger with a blog. And one of the points that he brought up was that if you're not prepared to be very much alone and lonely, don't get into this. Because there's a lot of time that must be spent on research, your writing, gathering information, working on your site. You know, you may not know all the codes and all the technical stuff, but working on things. So, Lance, I'm going to do exactly what you do. I welcome you if you have it, but get used to being lonely. And then when you put your face out there like that, get used to a lot of people not wanting to be around you. You know, it's not easy. You know, the folks like what you do but I can't be associated with you, man. I gotta keep my job. Or I'm seen politically. I'll talk with you there, but we need to get out of it. We need to meet somewhere in another city. This is all I get. And I'm blackballed here in Orlando, you know, and beyond. But I just lay my head here. So when you do what you do beyond yourself, unselfishly, and you don't care about the consequences, and you're speaking truth and allowing other people to come on and do it, you're going to have a lonely life. But you know what? I'm okay with that. I like being quiet anyway. You know what I mean? So the changes we go through, man, you know, and I'm at that phase of my life right now. But there's sacrifices for anything that we're going to do, whether it's seen or unseen by the world. There are sacrifices when you move into that space, and when you're doing it sincerely, because you will lose money. It's not something that's a high-paying job, no matter what you do. Malcolm X did not die a rich man. He did what he did because of the love of his people and humanity. But he had to be concerned from where he came from first before he can take care of the world. You know?
Right. And that's what they saw as a threat too.
Right.
Malcolm X. But yeah, but what you just touched on is really important, because I think that's what I was going to talk about. We talked about a little bit when I talked to you earlier. I think it was earlier this morning, but basically, time is the greatest asset, the greatest monetary or system or currency. Time is the highest currency. It's higher than gold. It's higher than money. It's higher than whatever, because your time cannot be replaced. You know, and like you were saying, you have time to, or a space to have peace, a space to collect your thoughts, or even time alone. Do you know, even that is a precious asset in this moment in time. People are rarely alone now. People rarely think. They have the TV on, the radio on, something is beeping on your phone, you have no time. And so, yeah, just the fact that you have alone time. There's people who can't get alone time if they wanted it. You know what I'm saying?
Like we said earlier, some people can only get it when they go to the bathroom. And depending on how many people are in your household and how many bathrooms you have, restrooms you have, you sitting there getting a good one, especially if you're a meat eater. It takes a little longer, so you going through the contortions and everything and punching your stomach and whatever. And in 2 minutes, boom, boom, boom. You in there? How long you gonna be in there, man? Oh man, what do I got to do? I can't even take a dump in private.
I mean, if you look at the earth, though. Look at the point where we came in. Like they talk about Noah's flood. Noah's flood is symbolic of the physical flood. There's been over 170 billion people who have died since the beginning of time that they can estimate, even just from a roundabout estimate. So think about the earth, how it used to be, and as we go further along, think about this: if you were in outer space, Earth in the 1900s, or let's say in the 1800s, you would hear practically nothing. You would hear the sounds of nature. That's it. Or you would hear silence. If you were to go into outer space now and listen to the world, you will hear cell phones, radio stations, TV stations.
Yes.
All of these cell phone and devices there are more cell phones now than there are humans, basically, in this country. Because every year cell phones reproduce at a higher rate than humans now, as far as every year they're making a new one. And I'm just saying, look at all the clutter.
Yeah.
So like I was saying, there's no silence anymore. TV is 24/7. Radio is 24/7. Internet is 24/7. And yeah, there is no timeout anymore. There's no set to recharge. And it's important to have some alone time. I think that's one of the reasons in relationships people are having so many problems with their others. Well, it's mostly money is the main issue. But having space, there's nothing wrong with having space. You don't have to be up someone's ass 24/7.
Right.
You know what I mean? Don't mean you don't love them. It just means you got your little, you know what I mean?
Look, even in a marriage, you know, there are times when, you know, your significant other might be reading a book and laying down, and you observe this. You say, you know what? Let them have their time, even away from the person that they've committed to for the rest of their life. That's the way it has to be. You're right about that. And I feel that even though we can cut the gadgets off and even go to the outskirts, that the waves, the frequencies, the electromagnetic waves that are around us, that's messing with us too, to a certain degree. So we can never really get away from it. So we have to really make an effort to do so. When that's luxury, could you imagine? Like back in the day, as much as I can remember, and I'll say the 70s, even though I was born in the early 60s, that we didn't have the need to go, if you think about it, on a vacation. Not that the vacation is going to do anything for us because we're walking into another set of madness half the time. And most of the time when most of us go on a vacation is to get away from a mess haven't figured out. And so we go on a vacation and we spend time on a vacation, and guess what? You're depressed on the boat or the plane or the drive back home because, oh man, I got to go back to this reality. Why not face your reality and deal with it so your reality actually becomes your vacation? Why can't we make our home our vacation spot? Yes, there's a need to go other places and travel about the earth because the earth is ours, right? But if you have a favorite restaurant that you can't really afford to go to all the time, but that atmosphere is just something that draws you in, figure out why the atmosphere draws you in. Is it the lighting? Is it something about the window over there and the way it makes you feel behind that seat? Whatever it is, figure it out and bring it home, you know? But now we're so hyped up to feel as though what we have is not good enough. Oh, I just got this car last year, but damn, they got the new model. So now you got a brand new car and your idiot next to you looking at you at the red light like you got something less. And he may not take care of it. 2 years is a piece of junk. You keep yours, whatever you, listen, it's got to resonate from inside your soul. You have to choose your life on what serves you the best. We are running after other people's perception of what, and we've seen these commercials on what the ultimate life is. For me, the ultimate life is me to get an acre or two of land out in the woods, live in a structure that's built so simple, get my solar panels, catch my water, get my satellite dish, and yes, I'm going to steal me some satellite. I ain't paying nobody, right? I will maybe keep one cell phone that I'll keep a town over in a safety deposit box because you're not going to GPS me where I live, and just talk to the birds. Grow my food. I want to get so deep that I don't have to pick the fruit off of the tree. I want to eat it off the tree while it's connected to the branch, while it's connected to the ground, and let it stay there and hang while it's alive in the sun. Listen, I'm going to curse right now, but I'm going to say it this way for effect. In my older years growing, and I'm into stuff that other people would say, man, you into some weird shit. Yes, and I embrace it even more. Because I think that about most of the people who are so worldly, who are not even living life because their minds have been hijacked and they can't touch reality like the egg can't touch the pan because of the butter. And the cell phones, electronics, all that's become the butter. We can't even, when was the last time you really looked in somebody's eyes and told them you loved them and spent downtime with them where you had nothing to do without grabbing his phone? There's some days I don't touch the phone, where I ain't got nothing to do. I have those days. But I'm sorry for the rant. Something you said tricked me, tipped me off, man, in a good way.
No, it's true. That's rare, though. That's rare. A person without a phone now is rare. And we're at the point of no return as far as this technology, because it's at a point now, none of it ever shuts off. Mm-hmm. Even your TVs, the way they make TVs now, they never really cut them off. Like, you can press the power off, but you see the little red light on the TV. It's still on.
They're watching us. Yeah.
Exactly. They're watching us, but also this technology is set up now where it's becoming more long-lasting than a human can endure. Meaning, this technology, it doesn't have to rest.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's constant, and we are suffering the effects of it. And like what you were saying, moving out to the woods, oh, that sounds wild to a person. Oh, I can't do that. But think about something. The money, they made a system, an artificial system of money to cut us off from nature that gives it to you for free. Will give you, if you plant the right tree, it will give you fruit. It will give you vegetable, whatever that you're trying to grow.
Right.
For years and years and years and years, more than you could consume one tree. But we chop down the tree, kill the tree to make a piece of paper out of the tree that you just chopped down to make you a slave to work for something that would have been for free.
Right.
Like bottling water. And this is why we suffer, man. Money is the curse. Money, paper money has been the curse of civilization because it's a way to make you a slave to something that the nature provides to you in abundance on a normal basis. You know what I mean? Most of the stuff you buy at a grocery store, if you had a way to get it out of nature, you would never pay for it.
Right.
And this is how we used to live. You tell people now, they can't even fathom that. We used to live where we can go and get water for free. We could go and you could just go to a tree and pick an apple, pick berries and nuts and fruit.
Woo! I'm ready to leave this place now. I'm serious. I'm really ready. No, serious. I told my wife, make the Creator be my witness. We have a plan. We have a timeline. It is definite. When I fire my so-called boss, we'll just say that because I ain't got no boss except the Creator. But we have our plan. And I'm so happy about the plan. And it's going to happen. But if she wants to jump and execute the plan maybe a little prematurely, I'm good. I told her, when you're ready, we out. You know, I can get yellow paint and black paint and take these letters off the wall. You know what I mean? Take the letters off the wall and carry them wherever I am and do and connect up and do. I am not, right now, I'm packed up and ready to go in my spirit. It's not like, oh, but I love this house so much and we won't be as close to that restaurant. What I need a restaurant for? I got a restaurant in my house. My wife is a great cook. She cooks all the food that I need the way I like it, knows how, not that she's I'm being sexist like you got to be in the kitchen and cook. There are things I do that she likes. We won't go there tonight, but right. So I don't need it. I don't need it. So I say to myself, when I do, I very seldom get frustrated. But when I feel a little annoyed at the world around me and the people in it who they just persist in being a certain way, I say to myself, what am I here for? My bags are, look, I'm being honest. I can go tonight. If my wife said, I'm tired of this vibe here, let's go. Let's cash out. I'm good. I'm like, listen, we're going to have to do the LanceScurv Show through. I have to disconnect things for a while. It'll be through the phone or whatever, but we out of here. I'm ready. And that is so liberating to know. That's why the place can't hold me. This world can't hold me. I already know that.
That's right.
It pains me when I get certain bills because I know our Creator gave us an inheritance of this world. And if we loved each other and did for each other, the fruits grow free. Look, there are vegetables out in the wild. Why are we hungry when there are vegetables out in the wild growing free that are so far away we can't get to them? On each other, right? Well, there are things growing that we'll never eat. Nobody has to go hungry.
Hello? That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Hey, Lance, it's Jack.
Brother Jack, welcome to the ice and how can I rhyme with that? Let's come up with a little jargon.
Right. So what I wanted to talk about was, I've been here since the beginning, but you said money was the curse of civilization. But
paper money, yes.
I could argue that money, at the same time, it's a double-edged sword because you had money in Africa and they used it properly because what you Because, all right, so see, without money, you have this problem, all right, of, I got to trade you food for animals, food for pelts,
there's
food for whatever.
There's always been mediums of exchange, even if it was something as primitive as salt.
Is this another person?
Yeah, that's Beasley. But even though, brothers, y'all are chiming in, I want to still allow Brother Ison to get everything out of his system, because we're gonna be here. We're gonna chop it up tonight.
Okay,
Sure.
So what I wanted to say is that you get these problems of trading food for water, food for pelts, food for animals, crops for this, crops for that, and we've always had to trade physical objects. But the problem is that what if I don't need food anymore? What if I don't need water anymore? I mean, how am I going to trade with you? And so, to alleviate that problem, what we do is we pull the resources into a central pool where we can trade back and forth, and that central pool is money. With money, I can redeem it at any time. Huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, you're talking about the water system and how it evolved. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. So what I'm saying is that with money, I can redeem it at any time, any place, no matter what you need. Mm-hmm. The thing is that the thing I think that's happened is that I think money has become controlled by banks and corporations and the government, and that's where I really think money messed up. So that's
what I said. Paper money.
Right. Is paper money a curse to you, or is it?
Yes, it is.
The
United States paper money is the curse, is what I'm talking about. Because yes, it was used as a tool for trade, but I'm talking about the way that it has been corrupted to make you live your life as a slave for it. That is the system that we're in now. Yeah, it started off as a system of fair and equal value and a trading system.
Oh, it's never fair. It was more 200 or 300 years ago when you can buy and sell people, and women had no rights, and the money was even more complicated. And it's very similar now. It's very similar now, except there's been some social changes. Is money the problem, or is lack of money the problem? And I think what you're talking about. I think what you're talking about, the real problem is fractional reserve banking, where huge powers are able to pool money.
I'm talking about banking, period.
And take in money, and only you have to represent 5% of that money.
You don't need a bank. This is what I'm telling you. You don't need a bank.
Yeah. I don't think we need money. We need each other. And the more we don't have each other is the more that the perception of the value of money goes up, because we think of money as our friend, and money that will get us what we need, but we don't look to each other. And Black people, we have it worse in that mentality more than anything else, because, to hell with y'all. As long as I got my money, I'm all right. Now the money runs out. Now you're not all right. Who you going to go to? You're going to come back home when you're broke. So we need each other. We need to barter. We need to see the value of needing each other. See, we've been told that we don't need each other. That nigga ain't SHIT. You don't need him. But if you look at the communities that have been thriving and lasting, they need each other. How much money really goes and trades in the Jewish community, theoretically? Of course, yes, they deal with money and everything like that. But how many favors are done that money or going to your checking account can't reveal? Because they have this closeness about them, because they love their culture, hijacked as it is. They love their culture. They love each other. And they know that without each other, they won't have anything if they get diluted and mixed into the outside world. So there has to be something with the culture and the appreciation of who we are to each other. And you know what? We can live in a way where we don't need money. Of course, now we're connected to the gas company, the electric company, all this stuff here. And I'm not talking some Jim Jones stuff, but what if we were all to totally break free and say, you know what? They turned us down for this mortgage to buy this X amount of land, just me on my own. Let's just make this up. But what if 10 of us pooled our money and said, okay, you're selling it for this price, we got the money. Boom. And we divided up amongst ourselves. Now we're living free on that level, right? And yes, we are in the system, so it's going to take some time in transition to get up the money to pay these people off so we don't have to deal with money. We have one young lady who's a nurse, another gentleman who's a doctor. And we say, okay, in our little area, we're going to pool our money together and make a very small medical facility. We have kids. There's an older woman over there. She loves kids. She can't get around as much. She'll watch the kids while we get out in the field and build. And some people have the expertise on a technological level. It's all within us. It's like getting a mortgage. The mortgage in this world gets you into your house, and it's your friend. But the minute you get into your house, it's your enemy, and you want to do everything you can possibly to get rid of it immediately. So money is a tool.
Okay.
It's about the people, man. If we barter with each other, we won't need money. God, the creator, whoever, whatever you want to call him, this man's money can't put a value on certain things. If it could, then the creator, David Rockefeller would be alive. He says, listen, creator, you honor the money that we have down here. I want to live forever because you know I got a lot of money. If he couldn't do it, none of us can. So to follow the David Rockefeller plan and system, it failed for him. We can live on forever with each other in this system because money can't work on the next level.
All right. So what I really want to say is that I really want to hear Isan finish his whole perspective on banking and money, because I'm not talking about fractional reserve banking yet. I think that brings a whole other subject. What I'm talking about is banking as a concept when it was born and it was pure. That's what I was talking about.
Banking's never been pure. Banking's never been pure.
Okay. As long as the human element is there. But Isan, let Isan get down because this is his show tonight. So drop it, Isan. Talk to us. And I'm going to run and get a quick plate while you talk. I'll be right back.
Okay. Here's what I'm saying. It may have started out as a pure and genuine concept with great intentions, but it's become corrupted by greed. And what I'm saying is, when they formed the first bank, they did not understand the magnitude of what they were dealing with. And once they understood that, like for instance, how things that they didn't know. If I deposit my money in this bank and I have if I'm a bank owner and I own a bank and I have 100 customers, what happens is over a course of time, some of those customers are going to die. Some of those customers are going to never pull their money out of my bank. Some of these people are not going to ever use all of their money. And therefore, now I have a reserve. And if it's unclaimed, you see what I'm saying? This adds to the greed, because it's like, oh, wow, we can keep this money. And other factors as far as controlling the distribution of money, giving out loans, this all added to the corruption. So what I'm saying is, this is all I'm saying. Money it was good for the time it was good for the time it was. But hold on, someone's calling me. Let me cancel that. Yeah, it was good for the time it was, but what I'm saying is there's a more efficient system. We're stuck on the system. We can move to the next level. What's the next level? The next level is we got technology now. We could use money and we would never need to have any more of this system. What I'm saying is this. We could use money to create a system. We could have wind turbines, okay? We could have solar. We could make a central solar system for every city and metropolis area that could provide energy based on the sun, provide energy based on technology, where we would never have to pay a light or gas bill or electricity bill anymore. We could do this. We have the capabilities of doing this. That would eliminate things. We could grow food based on robotic farming. We have the technology where we can have advanced configurations to grow food where you don't need people being slaves. That would take care of the food. We could have a system set up in cities based on technology where be slaves. That's what I'm saying. But because of greed and because people want to have more than other people to feel better about themselves, we got now this greed system of capitalism and money and slavery, basically. Slavery to the dollar, because it's like you living your life at a disadvantage to a system. It's not empowering. That's what I'm saying about money. And it's gotten to that point now.
Right. Okay, so I see what you're saying, and I see about capitalism. But the thing with me and capitalism is I think capitalism was really born out of the concept of perpetuating European colonialism, because they could not physically keep their armies on every continent. And so they had to have a system in place that took the resources out of these countries, but they did not have to have their army there to stand over the people. And so that's what I think capitalism was born out of, and the current system we're in is born out of.
Yeah. There's a lot of things that contribute to it. But my point is, we need to get to a point where we have a more efficient system and stop talking about what they did in 1776 and what they did in this time. If everything else is progressing, if technology is progressing, if different things around the world are getting to a more efficient state, then our money system and the way of life should be more efficient now. And I see the baby boomer generation and their children, we are at the worst state now. People don't have, people are struggling, people can't find a job because that system is outdated now. And so what I'm saying is, we're stuck on the money system from a time when it was efficient. And we have the technology now to have a more efficient system where everyone could actually invest and have their own energy source, own food source, and be able to live a better life and to live this life of struggle and slavery to the dollar. That's what I'm saying. But once again,
disagree.
Yeah. So the people who are in power, they don't want that, because why? If you come up with a more efficient technology now, gas, oil, and these other things that allow the greedy to stay wealthy, they are automatically devalued now, because you have something more efficient. And you know how technology is, it's unforgiving. When something more efficient comes, it immediately use and make other things obsolete. So that's what I'm saying. But I'm just saying, we got to change it. You know? We got to get some people. I mean, if we have to shut down the White House or the government and start over, make a new set of laws and things, it would be the best for everyone. But right now, I just, you know what I mean? It's like me hooking up new technology to a wooden radio from, you know what I'm saying, a long time ago. It's like me trying to hook it up to that instead of just making something more efficient. So that's the problem I see with money.
Yeah, I'm back.
It's complex. Yeah.
Peace and blessings, everybody. This is Ace.
Brother Ace.
Yeah, how you doing?
Hello.
Welcome.
Peace and blessings. I just wanted to chime in real quick, and I'm jumping off because I'm long-winded too, and I'd rather type than talk. But more or less, man, I'm against anything that has to do with money. I'm with you, Lance, on that. As far as anything that has to do with money, you gotta understand what was the reason why money even came about. You know what I mean? It was for people who either was nomadic and they were traveling from one place to the next, and they didn't have access to something in their land. So we were still discovering the resources around us. So we needed a trade. Now you can go to any continent and almost any resource is there to survive. All right. The next other reason was someone who didn't have a skill. If you don't have a skill, then of course you will need to barter with somebody, because if I have a skill and you don't, then there's never going to be a fair exchange. So the reason why money came about was because of these things. Other than that, there really is no money
needed. And if we're advancing as a civilization, then the biggest form of advancement is a humbling state where we don't need any money, where we can say, you know what is it that you need done? I know how to do this. I'll do this for you. So just really just get into the root of the whole thing. At the end of the day, the natural resources is the source. There's nobody charging us for the natural resources. So if the natural resources are what we need, charging to be able to drill or pump or pull whatever these natural resources are. So now we got to say, well, why is man charging for his time to drill, mine, or whatever? Well, you got to say, well, the reason why he needs to charge you for his time is because he needs to eat. The time that he can put into his soul or something like that, he can't do that. He's helping you pull these resources. So building a community is saying, you know what? As long as we provide the resources for these people, that as far as like food, as long as we're providing food for these people, food, shelter, so when they do come home from a day's work, they're not paying for anything. So in actuality, the illusion of payment of anything is all but an illusion. You don't have to pay for anything because the key source of everything is free. Everything that we get, we pull from the earth and it's free. So why should we be charging for something that we didn't even pay for from the beginning? So we're dead wrong from that. So there is no growth from that. All you can do is build a lump-sided house on lump-sided soil. There will be no way that you can perfect the system that has a monetary medium that takes the place of effort or wisdom or scholarship or something. There will never be a successful society. So we're not trying to be successful. Sometimes we get sidetracked and we think that it's a race to build the biggest thing. And that's not going to be our legacy. Our legacy is the people that are going to be here afterwards that will be able to tell the history story of what happened. And if we keep building all this technology and keep taking the resources from the planet, there's not going to be anybody here to tell the story. So the hell with the technology, the hell with the advancement, and we have to realize this, and I'll be done with it. We got to realize this. At some point, we lost respect for our elders because we think that our elders and our ancestors didn't have access to this knowledge that these clowns are flashing in our face and calling it success. This is the book of hidden knowledge that nobody was supposed to touch. All these chemicals and all this plastic and all this stuff that we're using right now, we have contaminated a planet and it can go nowhere else. Our ancestors knew this. That's why everything they did was biodegradable. So all these plastic this and all this satellite this, you're destroying yourself. There's natural energy grids that run through the planet. You don't need to do anything. You just got to learn how to tap into it. They know how to make vehicles move through salt water. You really think that with technology today, you think that the planet that is majority 75% salt or water, and majority of that water is non-potable water, you think they don't know how to make vehicles that can be used with salt water so that we won't ever have, so we got to use common sense. Money is a source of controlling people and giving people status. You don't have a status. You have a responsibility. Other than that, y'all, love y'all, peace and blessings.
100% truth, Ace. Go ahead, Ison.
Okay.
He's right.
So
he's absolutely right.
Well, can I?
That's what I just.
Something before you go.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So what I want to say is that I don't know, for some reason I didn't really get the jumps he was making, but as far as the vehicles on water, that is true. You just put salt in water, you run electricity, and the salt separates the hydrogen from the oxygen, and then the engine burns both the hydrogen and the oxygen. So yes, that is true. There are on water. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
I missed the first part of that. You said the junk that what was that?
I say you put water in the tank. And you
before that. I missed that first part of that.
I wasn't getting his logical jumps.
Oh, the logical jumps. Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, this is what I'm saying about that. That's what I'm saying about that. I touched on that a little bit earlier about technology and how we have the capability now to make a totally sustainable system, but greed holds it back. But yeah, there are several technologies that have been suppressed over the years because of greed. Because if my family and all my wealth is based in oil, all my wealth tomorrow will be gone if that technology comes out. Because once someone, especially consumers, when they see something that's more efficient, they're not going to go back. You see what I'm saying? They're not going to go back. They're going to demand that. Put it out on the market. Like when the first MP3 player came out and they had to rush to the patent office to try to cancel it out, but it was too late. Once people saw that I could have a digital file and not carry a physical medium to play it on, they couldn't go back. And that's where we are now. So what I'm saying is we're only being held back by greed. Yes, we can have cars that run on water. Yes, we can have a society that we won't have to go to a physical job. This is all possible, all possible. But money and greed, and especially television, is what keeps us back, because everyone wants to be over other people. Everyone wants to have status, and they want to have something they can say, I'm better than you. And this keeps us from progressing as just civilization itself. Humanity itself is being at a hold at a standstill because people can't give up their greed.
Man's been greedy from day one.
Yeah, but that doesn't justify it.
But I'm not justifying it. You're asking to change the nature of man.
No, I'm not asking.
And let me ask the gentleman this: who's to say if wind turbines and solar panels and everything that you mentioned we're talking about were to replace what's used now for power and energy? Who's to say greedy people won't get a hold of that?
And we need to have
right. This is man's nature. You guys are arguing against the nature of a human being.
No.
And I would really like to see each one of you. I would like to see each one of you. I would like to see each one of you in the position of power, and then having to relinquish that power for the greater good.
Well, see, this is the deal. This is what I'm going to do, Beasley. I'm going to put it out there as it is, right? I'm going to document my walk into being off the grid. It's definitely going to happen, and it's going to happen under 6 years. Under 6 years, myself, I'm going to have new channels on YouTube, and we're going to document my walk off the grid, because I'm going to come off the grid to the point where everything I have will be paid for. Not because I'm rich, but because I'm smart and I'm disciplined. And like I said, this stuff doesn't hold anything over me. I spend a lot of money on this stuff, but that's all it is, stuff as leverage to do what I do, right? But there's going to come a time where I'm going to have everything I need and not have to buy any more. I'm going to not want to say, I don't want to sound like really doomed or anything, but the bed most likely that I will die in, we purchased already. It's a very nice bed, and it costs a little more than most. That is the last bed that I will have to buy. It is so well made and so strong. This is not bragging, right? But that's the last bed that I'll need. I already have the last couch that I'll need. Now, why I'm saying this is because we purchase things and then we go back 5 years in and get some more and get some better. I'm through. I have what I need. I want to get a very durable vehicle, 2 of them. Now, I can't count on gas always being around, but I also want to get one that runs on electric for the grid with my own solar. Now, I worked out the details of all of those things, and there's another angle of the whole thing that really hammers it home. I'm not going to put it out there for the powers that be to see, but this is real for me, right? And I'm going to share with everybody else. Once I get my foot in the door to the point where there's no turning back, where I can't be stopped. I found the answer, y'all, in this world system and getting away from it. I figured it out. This is why I'm as cocky as I am. I'm not saying something big and, some huge whatever, practical, where you say, man, this is really practical. But it's going to require of you elbow grease. It's going to require of you sacrifice, but you will be just as carefree as you were when you were a child under your caretakers, your parents, your aunt, your grand, whoever it was. You know, on that level where you didn't have to think about mortgage or rent, you'll be free of all of that. It's not a gimmick. It's being practical and buying your way out of this system, because they keep you in it by your need or your lust or your desire to keep on purchasing and keep on purchasing. Think with the end in mind. Stephen Covey, The 7 Habits of Highly Successful People, that was one of the things that he said first off. Think with the end in mind. How many of us don't live? We're dead, but we're reaching to get that. Oh, things will be all right. I'm going to get that next car when it comes out. Next woman. I'm going to get that next man, whatever you into. Oh, well, go to the mall. We're going to keep up with the fact. Keep up. You're giving away your life. See,
Right.
It's not so much the money, the physical paper money, because then we as children wouldn't play Monopoly. Then, oh, that's evil, it's money. It's the power we give it to distract us from creation and the natural order of things. We've been tricked. I'm not tricked anymore. I don't like money. I have to deal with money and paycheck, whatever. Let me tell you something. Mrs. Scurv pretty much runs the finances. That is her forte. I can do it, but like, okay, I'm good with writing and all that stuff. When it comes time for something like that, I get a stack of papers and it's understood. She's the best cook. What am I going to do? Like, oh, I'm going to take a break tonight. I can't even boil water. No, I'm a good cook, y'all. But I don't like money. In this day, I don't know if this past Friday was my payday or next Friday. That's how I'm living. And we're on our way out. And you know what? You're on your way out anyway. And I don't mean to sound gory, like, oh, we're going to die. Yes, we will make that transition. Why can't we have our best years to look forward to? And we know we're going to look forward to it. You want to go to where you haven't seen friends that you had for over 20 or 30 years, and you looking forward to this party. I can't wait to get there. I'm finally going to see you, brother. We're going to talk about all the old things and all the fun we used to have, and we're going to have fun to this day. That is my enthusiasm for my immediate future, because I'm giving up all these things that are hanging over my head. And I'm done with it. I don't care about having the latest car. I'm going to get a nice truck and an electric vehicle. That's it. And that electric vehicle is what I'm going to drive around most of the time. Mr. Scurv can drive the nice truck, but it's going to be durable. And we're going to be off the grid. And I'm not going to say the key feature. There's something in this I'm not revealing yet. It's on YouTube. Everybody can find it and see it. But I'm just out of it right now. I'm here, but I'm like, I can't wait. And I talk about this in every show, and I am so relaxed. I am not stressed about when I'm going to turn 60 or when I'm going to turn 70. Whatever the creator wants to call me home, fine. But I am looking forward to that time when all I hear is birds. All I hear are the animals out there, and I'm way out in the country, and I'm going to have the deepest sleeps. I'm going to sleep so deep. I'm going to be in the bed probably from 6:30, 7 o'clock, and up long before the sun comes. There'll be no stress. The energy, the frequency that I'll be. Say it again?
I'm going to make a joke.
Go ahead, make your joke, man.
You need to go to the zoo and take a nap.
The way they got us, we already in the zoo and they're watching us.
You guys, listen, you guys are talking it. I bet the first couple of days with some bugs crawling on you, this shit ain't for everybody.
Let me tell you something. No. Hold on now. Hold on. Hold on. No, I don't want. No, it is not gonna bother me that way. Mrs. Scurv grew up in the country.
Hey, I'm out.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna finish up. You'll listen to this later. Mrs. Scurv grew up. It was not like, oh, there's a city and we just walked a few feet. There's a country. Grew up well, but he was close to the country. This is in me. This is what I heard as a child. This is what I hear every day at home. I see from the garden, that's most of what I eat. We'll go to Whole Foods and pick up something. I got a mouthful of food. I shouldn't be talking, right? But hey, if you don't like it, it's my show, damn it. They're going to always come. No, you should be talking and eating at the same time. So what? You go to the restaurant, you just sit here like this, just chewing and looking at each other, you're talking. So what I'm saying is that it's not beyond my realm. You have people who, they live in a city, they talk about how great farming is, and they tell you why you're not doing it. What the hell? This is in my DNA. And I happen to be with someone who grew up digging out of the dirt, not some old poor stuff. You're like, oh, we're so poor. No, they had money. They weren't the richest, but that was the way of life. And she's going to get on here and tell you how to get down that way. We're not going to hide it back. You eat better off of the system. And another thing, let me say something, Brother Ison, on another subject, but it ties around to what we talked about before. People always talk about, oh, it's so expensive to eat healthy. No, it's not. It's expensive, or you're wasting your money on this fast food, because pound for pound, dollar for dollar, may I say, you're not getting the nutrition pound for pound. What nutrition are you getting out of this fast food joints? And it messes up your system and your body fights it off. You eating this stuff and you get a rush of sugar, a rush of this starchy bread, canola oil, fried up stuff, all the stuff, and you're prostituting your taste buds, because now you don't like anything unless it's heavily salted, heavy with sugar, fried up with oil. You don't even know real flavor from what they call bland food. And once you get to that level where you detox from being a food junkie, you can enjoy the variety of food. When I went to Whole Foods yesterday, I saw a sea of fruits and vegetables that they don't share. They don't have in the supermarkets, right? But that's to show you how vast it is. They brought it to you. Why don't you go out to it and grow it yourself? People don't want to, like Beezy said, oh, I don't want to go and work. I love keeping my hands in dirt. Not like the kind of people, girl, so-and-so got caught with so-and-so in the bed. Not that kind of dirt, but the soil. That is life. We came from that, and we're going back to that. Things grow out of that. I want to be with the sun on me, my hands in the dirt, and hearing and feeling those vibes at one. There's no that is true living, not in these cooped up artificial living conditions. And I want to sweat. I want to work. I want to earn my meals. See, that's the problem with us. That's why we have adolescent boys that have bigger titties than their mama, because they don't want to go outside and play or learn themselves physically. We had to earn our meals at one time. We had to go, you hungry? Because there wasn't no refrigerators. You better go out there and get that meal together. And we had grandmama or the mother preparing the meal when the father went out there and dug it up and got it, and you took all day. Wasn't no microwave. Need a little more of this. Let's go over to Pathmark. Let's go over to Publix or Winn-Dixie or Piggly Wiggly or whatever the names are. Food Lion. Wasn't that? You better eat. Are you full? Eat. You go to bed. You get up. The process starts again. But we were with each other. We knew each other. We connected because we needed each other. We needed each other. We're going to pull our peas out the pod. All right, cheering, come on over here. Get your fingers going. And everybody had a part. I'll shut up after that.
No, it's true. It's true, man. We're living in a system where convenience has taken the place. Convenience used to be, I mean, even if you look at, see, when I was younger, my great grandmother was still alive and she was in her 70s. But even from that time period, I remember that going out to eat was considered like a sometime occasion to eat somewhere at a restaurant. You ate mostly at the house. Now we're living in a time everyone goes fast food and sometimes eat at home. So what I'm saying is, you're absolutely right. We've lost place with nature. And for the people who are saying, oh, the bugs and all this stuff, we have things now that can make that easier. But I'm talking about making an amalgamation of what we have to make a new system where we can utilize technology and nature, and we won't need anything. That's what I'm saying. That's possible. But we have a structure where people are in power and they are preventing that happening because they want to keep the old system based on greed. And there was even a white, he was an engineer, older guy, and he came out with a water engine for cars. And he tried to get it patented, and they told him, hey, listen, we're going to tell you like this. Just don't try to patent it. This is a great idea and all that, but don't try to patent it. Trust me. And a few years went by, and this is on YouTube. You can research it. All you gotta do is type in water engine, man creates water engine. Bottom line, a few years went by. He forgot about that phone call. I guess he didn't take them serious. He went and he tried to patent it. And they told him that they wanted a meeting with him. They were going to discuss the patent and working out a deal or whatever. And that man disappeared. And his friend, a fellow engineer, talked about the last day he seen him was he was going to go discuss the negotiation of the contract about the water engine. Bottom line, that never came to fruition because of greed. Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of other technologies that have been suppressed that people wouldn't even believe is possible. Because, you know, most people, they only believe what they see that you can show them. But there's technologies, I'm telling you, we wouldn't have in the world if they were allowed to actually be implemented. So that's what I'm saying. The destruction of this system we're in and the opening a way for a new system where we can actually, you know, not be slaves anymore. But once again, this destroys the wealth and the greed of the people who are in control now. Mm-hmm. And they are the ones monitoring everything to make sure that don't happen. Go ahead.
May I add this point to the topic? This is some research I did recently and just discovered it, and it's really just it made so much sense. Whenever you're working out, you know what I mean? And Lance, you know, because you work out. At what point
I used to work out. 1985 was my last trip to the gym. But go ahead, man.
What are you a bodybuilder?
Yeah, I used to be a competitive bodybuilder in my teen years, and my last competition was 22 years old. I'm surprised you never saw the picture. I'm gonna put it up. One of my pictures. Go ahead, Ace.
Do your muscles grow?
Right.
What point are your muscles growing?
Say it again.
At night while you're resting, right?
Right.
Yeah, when you're sleeping. Right. Mm-hmm.
So the same thing. So this is what we got to understand here, and I'm trying to connect the dots, but do it on a short frame without getting too deep, where I lose people.
We got you.
But you gotta understand this. Our ancestors understood balance. All right. And what I mean by balance is the Most High gave you the best example of stuff where we try to act like we're more intelligent. And the only point that I'm trying to make is this: the sunlight generates our energy. The darkness allows us to recharge our batteries. Ever since we started fooling with this electricity, we've never been able to fully recharge our battery because we have artificial light that is hindering us from getting the full sleep. Now, I'll use this as an example. Whenever you're, not whenever you are, but a tactic for torture is sleep deprivation. Okay, so is your body fully getting rest when you have currents and energies roaming around you? Is your body fully getting rest when you have a light that comes on that changes your patterns and your routines? We got to take a lot of this stuff in consideration that we are still flirting with that is new. Sometimes the student cannot be outsmarter than the teacher. Things seem so practical and easy because that's how it's supposed to be. And because we're able to recharge our batteries, we're able to regenerate ourselves. We are floating around a lot of currents and a lot of energy that used to be below ground. Now we're bringing them above ground. Mm-hmm. And now we're having cancer. Now we're having tumors. Now we're having all these things that come with that. So we have to ask ourselves, is this a fair exchange? Is being able to turn light on when it's supposed to be dark? Because the Most High told us that the lights, the stars, and the moons are there to illuminate us. And so, and I've been in Iraq, and I've been in the desert, in pitch black dark with nothing but the stars. And I can tell you this: you can walk very clearly, and your eyes will adjust, and you will be able to see in darkness.
In the dark, you're right. When they adjust. Yeah,
so we have to understand
true.
that this is crippling us. All this stuff, you got to understand this. Who needs electricity? People who do not have the function to be able to do the work, the thing to do it for them. we had all this strength and energy because of our diet, because of we understood the law of accessing animals for certain things. We understood that the day brought us energy for us to recharge it. We didn't try to alter that, and now we are, and we call it intelligence. But we're flirting with disaster here because eventually that has to come to an end. And all we're doing is making our descendants dependent on something that they are not going to have forever. You know what I mean? So all I'm saying is when we do decide about how we're going to figure out this new society, you got to understand this. This is what's making all those very, very smart people, those very, very high people, those very, very successful people and rich people worried right now is an EMP. Something that can just magnetically just stop everybody and bring everybody to Stone Age, has the entire superpower right now, feet rattling up underneath them. So if that can be something that will halt this superpower, then us on a bottom level, it's going to annihilate us. So we have to not be dependent on something.
No, yeah, I hear what you're saying, but if you say that, they've already won mentally. It won't.
What do you mean
this
by
is what's
that?
going to happen. If the EMP happens or whatever, what'll happen is the technology, the electronics, especially electronics will go out. But what'll happen is we will actually be forced to go back to nature, and then it will be those who have the knowledge of nature will be able to capitalize and stay alive.
Can I interject 1 second? On that, and it's for so I won't forget it. When that technology breaks down, guess what's going to happen to nature? When the chemicals start to contaminate everything because the valve that kept it closed is no longer working. The nuclear plants that kept these things cool are no longer working. You got to understand, they go hand in hand. When one is stopped, see, this is why they understand the risk factor. As long as by the time it takes you to rebuild and reboot, those generators for all these nuclear reactors will have expired. So you got to understand this. It comes with a hefty fine. It's not just an EMP going off, hey, we're down to Barney level. Yeah, we got to walk. No, brother. It goes to now your water is contaminated. It goes down to now the soil is contaminated. The air is contaminated because all these things that we use to stop and halt and hold our society together is no longer there to do it. And bombs are going to start going off. Nuclear reactors are going to start going off. This is a reaction. This is not a assumption. This is the actual calculated reaction to that.
That's prophecy. That's
prophecy
supposed to happen.
as no. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, definitely. It's supposed to happen. Yeah, exactly.
That's the only way we're gonna get out of this matrix. And people that are afraid of that's inevitable. Just look at the direction we're heading. The only way out of this physical world or to escape the matrix is to destroy the matrix. So yeah, we're headed that way. And even with Albert Einstein, when he came out with when he gave them the formula to make the atomic bomb, most people thought that would be really bad, but I'm saying in the overall aspect, it's actually good. Because then we will escape this whole, and that's on another level, but on a spiritual level, what we're in right now will be the actual end of suffering and the end of suffering. You know what I'm saying? And going back to the wholeness, or what you want to call the pleroma or heaven or the fullness, we'll go back to that and we won't be in these physical constraints.
Right.
So, you know what I'm saying?
Now we're on track now. Now we're on track now. Just like what Brother Lance said, as a football player and a receiver, you got to throw the pass where he's going. You see what I'm saying? And since that's where we headed, we have to prepare for that. Let's not waste so much time in between with, hey, the solar panel. Listen, we have to start teaching our kids.
Oh, that's not going to happen. That's wishful thinking. That's wishful thinking. I was just talking about what we have the capability to do. But no, there's no way that's going to happen. They won't allow that to happen. They're free to consume them.
Understand what happened? What won't happen? I'm sorry, I missed that.
About what I was I was talking about the capabilities that we would be able to do and the society we'd be able to live in if it was not for greed suppressing that. But what I'm saying is that's wishful thinking. They won't allow, there will be war before they give up their greed. You see what I'm saying? They are consumed by greed. And even as
Well,
the
that's what's
culture
taking
now in
place right
America,
now, though. You got to understand now, when you see, this is the part. A lot of us, we get part of the knowledge and then we don't do the other part of it. Current events plays into a part. They are preparing for this. They are ready to fight for this. We are. I'm sorry.
you said they are preparing. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
They are preparing for that. You have actually what's going on right now, a struggle for power right now. You have two major empires on. I mean, if I start from the bigger scale and work our way in, you have two major empires going out. You have the old UN and basically the new Russia, which is the old Soviet Union, ready to take their seats back up again. You also have Asia that's ready to do their damage over there. So it's a lot of stuff that's being taking place on a worldwide scale right now. You have the UN, which is basically the European Union, which is also, they're trying to turn into something else, I forgot, but UN, European Union in Rome is basically the same thing. So this is what we've been underneath for centuries right now. Has basically been a branch off of Rome. So that is coming to an end. Now here on the more local front, you have the quote unquote 3%ers, which are the constitutionalists. They are the ones that's fighting for power as well, because they know once this collapses, someone's going to be sitting at the table, and whoever's sitting at the table gets to dictate what the next constitution is. So no, it actually is going on right now, a fight for power. We're just not involved in it because we've never been it.
All right. So you said that China and Soviet Union, all that's going to come up. But see, the thing is, you have to understand is that United States, most of our budget is in our military. Okay. Right. The U.S. has more guns, more missiles, more advanced stealth aircraft that can bomb the shit out of these other nations. And I'm saying, that's just the way it is. Okay. No ifs, ands, or buts. Wait.
Can I jump in for a second?
No.
Well, yeah, no, Van's been waiting for a while. Let her jump in she's been here for a while.
Okay, the United States budget is mostly military because U.S. owes so much money to all of these countries that they're not going to be able to pay anyone back. So at this point now, it's kind of like they're just hedging their bets. Like, if something pops off, we're just about to all go to war. Russia has their missiles pointed. China is ready. Everyone's ready. So this is deeper than just, money here or money there. It's like what you call it. Right now, China owns land in the United States. Because they bought, the United States borrowed money from China, but clearly we all know the dollar is worth nothing. So at this point right now, it's like, I guess the rich person who's waiting for the repo man, but doesn't want to give up their stuff. So
right. I think it's like the rich man who's waiting for the repo man, but he's gonna kill the repo man as soon as he gets there. That's what I think.
He's gonna try. He's gonna try to kill the repo man. He's gonna try.
What about
even
this?
I don't want to be a repo man.
It's like someone sitting at a dinner table and they keep bringing the tab, and so you just keep ordering more food so that you don't have to pay the tab. That's what it's like. You know what I'm saying? They keep giving you the bill, and the bill is higher and higher. You say, "Oh, let me get another steak. Let me get let me get another. Give me some rice." You know what I'm saying?
That's crazy.
They're like, "You gonna pay for this?" Yeah, I'm gonna pay for it, but let me get another steak. You see what I'm saying? So that's what's going on. It's being delayed, but at the same time, it's inevitable. And the reason I say that is a lot of people don't want to hear that, but it's the truth. These weapons have never existed on the planet before. These weapons are capable of unbelievable destruction you can't fathom. You know what I'm saying? Where stuff would just vaporize. nuclear weapons can make a human being vaporize, literally. Even your bone just go up and like it was never there. So the fact that we're holding on to this many missiles and stuff like that in different parts of the country and around the world, eventually one of those or two of those, I mean, they're assembled.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm saying, I guess it's hard for us to really fathom that we are at the time now where we see the direction it's going, and it's inevitable. So yeah, you're right. I mean,
and mention this point also. Just because we have the most weapons, you got to understand this. That means we only got to get hit once. Have you not seen a fireworks stand go up in flames?
That's right.
You see them? So it does not matter how much ammunition you have. You can't shoot it all at once.
Right.
It's just a bomb. So we got to get out. Listen, people have to be scholars in what they have scholarships in. This is military tactics. The book work needs to set aside right now. It's about preparation and understanding of what's going on. That ha, yeah, I read this in a book and I can regurgitate it. That's for the birds.
Yeah.
Right now, it's about if you don't know basic Boy Scout skills, and I'm just talking about basic Boy Scout skills, then you could be a doctor in anything that you may not choose, and he's going to be more valuable.
Right.
You got to understand this. You've just been however long you've been spinning the wheel for however long. These people here control the media that you see, and I was getting into it for a point about the light. You got to understand this. They use light in hypnosis as well. So you got to understand a lot of the stuff. I'm Ace 19.
Ace. Okay, yeah, and for everybody that want to, let me say this. Everybody, if you want to reach out to me, I haven't put any contact information, but if you want to contact me,
yes,
it's eyeson31 at gmail.com. That's EYESON 31 at gmail. If you want to send me any, topics that you want to talk about, or just
Yeah, I like when you build too, brother. Yeah, you be on some you on deep. Your knowledge is precise, brother, for real. You know what I mean? But we just gotta we going into a planning stage, and we have to really sometimes, like in the military, one of our old slogans is just KISS. Keep it simple.
Keep it simple, stupid. That's right.
You know what I mean? It has to be like that. And it's like the 48 laws of power. It says never go beyond your mark. We're going beyond our mark. We have gone beyond our mark. Your job is to come here, cultivate, watch over the animals, live happily ever after, worship one creator, not each other like a bunch of clowns. That's it. That's it.
Simple as that.
It's so complicated. It's that simple.
Simple as that. But you know what else? It's prophet. This has all been prophecy. And the more that people look at mythologies and stuff like that, mythology is more real than the science that we have now. It's just that you have to be able to break it down and understand these were simplified stories to be able to memorialize or to keep a deeper aspect of science who can't understand that, the deeper. You know what I'm saying? It's like me trying to explain to someone who can't read. If this person can't read, how could I break down something as complex as scientific formulas, chemicals, and different components of a science of how to do something? Like, I can give you an example. If I told you it was a story about two identical twins. Two identical twins. One is named Hyde, and the other one's name is Roe. And these two twins go up to a high mountain, and they meet an eagle. And the eagle's name is Air. And this eagle tells them that if you eat me, you will transform into a liquid if you eat me. Now, that could be seen as a mythology, right? And people would say, oh, people don't understand it, would think this is an actual event and say, oh, that actually took place somewhere. There was two twins, and I remember I read it in the Bible. Two twins went up to the mountain, and they met the eagle, and he talked to him and said, no. That's a way of me describing water.
Mm-hmm.
Two hydrogen and one oxygen. When two hydrogen meet one oxygen, once they come into contact with the oxygen, it turns into water. That is a visual or a symbolic way for me to tell that story to a person who doesn't understand those principles about hydrogen and oxygen. So that's why when you read the Bible or you read these stories and you call them mythologies, they have deeper science hidden in the aspect of the story, but they are told in a way, and you get a person who doesn't understand it and they read it as history. The talking snake, it was this. No. It's a deeper metaphysical science to it. And that's what I'm saying as far as the prophecies. These prophecies that's going on, it was said that this world will be destroyed. You know what I'm saying? It said there will be a time where knowledge will be increased, and these will be the times when the world will come to a destruction. And we will go back to the spirit realm that we used to be in, where you have no lack, no need, no want, and no desire. That is the ultimate state, actually, but everybody's afraid of it from being down here so long. We are afraid of the actual inevitable. We're afraid of that. What does that mean? It means you won't have to get up and take shits and chew food and be tired and get sick and have frustration and cut yourself and see what I'm saying? That's what that means. But it's demonized because the Western man and his teaching is that death is bad. If you look at the ancients, death was the ultimate thing to look forward to. They lived their lives preparing for the afterlife because they knew that would be the escape of this hell, this realm we're in. And this realm we're in is hell. What do they call it? To breathe. When you breathe, what is it called? It's called inhale.
Oh, wow.
When you take a breath and you release the air, it's called exhale. Inhale and exiting hell. You are exiting hell when you stop breathing. We're in hell. People don't want to hear this. It's the truth. This is why you are tortured every day. Why? What is the default? What is the default state of existence? Pain. Why? If you wake up in the morning, you don't eat, what happens? You get pain in your stomach.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't use the bathroom, what happens? Pain. I gotta use. It's hurting me. If a woman doesn't have a child, which is bringing another soul down here. That's why the urge is so strong. If you don't have a child, what happens? She gets cramps, pain, blood. We call it a period, but it's torture that, you're not going to bring another soul down here? Okay, we're going to show you. So this is what I'm saying. And I don't want to lose people, but.
No, we're right with you, man. Keep flowing. And if you lose them, hey, oh well. For those of us who are with you, we're right with you.
I'm speaking to the people that are conscious and aware of this. But that's the ultimate.
Oh yeah, we with you. The rest of them will leave a bread trail.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We came from the spirit realm and we came down to the physical. People don't understand that, and the physical man, the man that came after the spiritual man. So every other race after the African race, I know, that's racist. No. They only see the world as a physical thing. And therefore, they see death as the end because they have nothing left after the physical. But if you are made of the soul, you go back to the soul. See what I'm saying? I'm saying, you have this conversation with people, oh God, I don't want to die. Oh, look, you're going to die anyway. Why are you afraid of something that is your ultimate release?
Yeah.
It is the ultimate release. When you go to sleep, you basically have unlimited power to do what you want. I can fly, I can float, I can levitate, I can go where I want without walking. I can just appear places. It's like looking out of a window. Put it like this. It's like this. Your body is a prison anyway. When you go to prison, when they put you in prison, it's a prison. Prism is a shape that contains things. That's what a prism is. It's a shape for containing. So when you go to jail, they call it a jail cell, right? What does a cell do? A cell holds things. It locks things down. What is your body made of? Cells. So these cells are holding your spirit and your soul down. What is gravity? gravity. It comes from the word gravity and gravitas. Gravitas means weight or heavy weight or grave. So gravity, when you jump up, it's like, no, it's the invisible wall to keep you confounded to the ground. So what I'm saying is, when you start observing around yourself, you understand your body and this existence is a form of prison for the soul, what the soul can contain, what the soul can do without the body. Because think about it. Why is your imagination more powerful than what your body can do? See what I'm saying? Why is your imagination more? Why would I have? See what I'm saying? How can I imagine things in my mind that I'm not physically capable of unless they exist somewhere before I got in this body? You know what I'm saying? I can imagine myself flying. I can imagine myself, you know, changing forms or doing whatever. But then when I go to do it in my body, oh, I can't do it. Oh, I'm restricted. It stops you. So that's what I'm saying. And I'm not saying it's a totally bad thing, because you can get enjoyment down here. But I'm saying ultimately we live our lives relieving pain on a daily basis. That's what you call relieving yourself. Even the act of sex. If you don't have sex, you can be tortured by not relieving yourself. If you don't eat, you get tortured. If you don't sleep, you get tortured. If you don't have children, you get tortured. And so this is what they were talking about as far as hell. Hell, they say you will be tortured day and night. There will be death all around you. You see what I'm saying? That's the world we live in.
Yeah.
What is this world but death? Look around you. Everyone, it's someone every day. Somebody's getting killed, dying, such and such.
That's right.
Also, the human body is stinking. The human body by default, like I say, if you want to learn about something, look at it by default. What happens by default with the human body? It smells, it stinks, it sweats, it odor. That shows you that this human body is.
On that note, I'm going to use the restroom.
Okay.
I'll be back.
So yeah, that's what's talked about in the Bible as far as Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ is nothing but a symbol for who you are. For who you are. People got this mixed up. Like I said, I gave you the example of the two twins going to the mountain. That's not a historical event. Jesus Christ was not a historical event. Christ is a title. Jesus is talking about Heru and Zeus, the combination of the Christ child, which was the firstborn child, and the Son of God, right? So what I'm saying is, you can't look at that as in some sandals a few years ago. That's a person who doesn't have understanding of the deeper science of the story. I could explain who Jesus Christ is, just like I explained to you that was a story about water. Jesus Christ, he came down, he's the first begotten Son of God. Who was the first begotten Son of God? Trace the races. If you trace all the races, the human races, they all go back to the African race. It's the first race. So what does that mean? If science can't trace the African race to anything, it means that they are the first race that came down from the spiritual. So this is where you get your term about the Immaculate Conception and Jesus and Mary, and how he didn't have a father. His father was in heaven. That father in heaven is the first race, the first human race. We didn't have a physical father. We had a spiritual father because we got condensed in these bodies. See what I'm saying? That was the Immaculate Conception. If you want to talk about Immaculate Conception, it's the first human race. So the African race is the Immaculate Conception that they talk about. They talk about Mary and how she had a baby without a man. Look at Lucy in Africa. They say that she's the mother of civilization. So that would be Mary. See what I'm saying? That would be your Mary. If she's the mother of all mankind and she didn't have if she's the first, it has to be a drop down from the spiritual. Okay, so Jesus Christ, he's crucified. He dies on the cross. Your body is the cross. You're going to die on this cross. You are crucified. Your soul is locked down to this body. So they saw an image of Jesus Christ with nails in his feet, and nails in his hands. What do they call the on your fingers? They call it nails, fingernails, and on your toes they call them toenails. So you are the Christ. You are crucified to the body. You're gonna die in the body, the soul. Now, as far as being the Son of God, you are the Son of God. The Son means soul. Soul means son. Solar. To have a soul means that you are the sun. The sun we see out there in the sky, that is your soul you're looking at. That is the combination of all the souls on the planet. That is your light you're looking at. So when they talk about Jesus Christ, you are Jesus Christ. You know what I'm saying? You're going to bear the cross. You're going to die on the cross. You know what I'm saying? So this is a deeper.
Yeah.
This is a deeper explanation. Go ahead.
All right, so back to this suffering when you don't have sex. You saying I gotta jack off, dude? Are you?
That's right. So believe yourself. Yeah, you do. Well, okay, what happens if you don't? You're gonna explode. You're gonna explode. It's gonna back up your system.
I mean, all right. So I'd like to add to that. Thank you very much. But pain from sex, and you save your energy, because I'm of the school where if you abstain from sex, you save that spiritual energy and you can reach higher states of consciousness. Whereas if you masturbate, you'll notice you're a lot more exhausted, you feel drained, you feel all those things. But if you hold on with discipline, you can achieve higher states of consciousness. You can be more creative. You'll notice you'll be a lot more enthusiastic. You know, you just don't got to jump at all.
No, but you know what though, Jack? He said Jack off. Your last name is not off, is it? I'm just playing.
His last name is Meatball.
Yeah, masturbation, I feel, is an open-ended thing that you're right. I feel that you indulge in the feeling, but it's like pouring a glass of pouring some water into a glass that's not there. You think you're putting it into a glass, but when you want it, it's not there because you've wasted it. It's not just a physical waste, but it's a spiritual waste. Now, when you are indulging in some type of intimacy, and it depends on the person too, right? We won't go too deep on that. Negative energy is not good for you. That's worse than the masturbation, right? Good for you. It's never wasted. Even if she's the one using her hand doing that to you, or you're in her presence and you're doing that and she likes to see you do that, it's not wasted because you have another energy around you bouncing back with you. It's not something that you're by yourself and it's open-ended. And yes, our excessive lust and connectedness to this lust thing can drive us crazy that way. But I do believe it is an energy. And I do believe that this is why the reproductive system, and we'll just say all things sexual, that's the one system in the body that if you don't utilize it, you won't die. I mean, we'll feel like we're dying because of what's inside of our head. You're horny, but let something catastrophic happen. You're not horny no more. You know what I mean? And out of all the systems,
yeah, of course, at that time.
Yeah. But yes, the righteous. Now to sound, let me contradict myself. The righteous, not desire, but the righteous system of procreation and connectedness through the sexual plane. Even though we won't physically die, it's something on another level that will kill us slowly because we're made to be social. I'm not saying we're made to be just, hitting on everything. Hey, honey, how you doing? What's your name? Let's have sex. But that righteous system that's put inside of us. Now, when we war against that, I do believe we diminish ourselves also. So it's a fine line. We got to be careful of the energy of what we indulge in,
There's lust though, because that's coming from a person. I'm talking about, once again, we have adopted the Western man's mentality.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is, if once you reach puberty, this is something that happens to you. It's not like consciously, oh, I'm lusting. No, your body is saying, I want to have sex. I want to release something. So,
Brother Ison, let me just correct that. When I said lust, I meant in a general sense, the way that the people who are caught up in the Western culture are. I'm not saying that everybody, and it's righteously, the original system is that, but we get caught up in that end of things, which is not. Yeah, I'm with you on that, but I just want to clean it up for the folks who later on going to listen to this and chew me out in the comment section. For those folks who are caught up in that they run with the extreme pornography and they get blitzed in their mind for that end of it, where it's like seasoning. I like a little healthy ketchup, the organic ketchup on my food. I don't take the whole bottle and throw it on. There is a turn on the visual aspect of the female form, but also balanced if you're into her character, into her id, into all things that makes that woman herself, as opposed to, I'm just into the body and I don't care about your character, but she got bigger breasts, or she has a shapelier backside, or whatever your part or fetish or thing or turn on is, right? That's why it's so easy for us to run around and masturbate ourselves with each other, because all we're doing is going through the motion. Goes nowhere. It's just like spilling it off, looking at something on the screen. Go ahead. I'm sorry, though.
No. I totally agree with you. The only thing I'm looking at it from a larger aspect, I'm saying the whole thing with sex, it's designed like that. I told you, this is a human farm. They farm you for your soul to keep you trapped.
Right.
So how do you do that? You make the strongest urge in the human body. First box. This is a great mythos on how Zeus fashioned a woman as a gift for Prometheus, his brother, Epimetheus, and he sent it as a gift. And they say it's a box in the story so that they're not overtly sexual, because people are so politically, correct nowadays. But he said it was a box, and he said he sent him a gift, but to never open it. Never open the box. And once you open the box, all of the plagues and diseases and all of the ills of the world will come out of that box. So, curiosity got the best of him, and his wife opens the box, and out flies all this despair, death, hopelessness, sickness, illness, frustration, whatever. All these things fly out, and what's left in the box is hope. So she goes and sees hope is still left in there, and she tries to retrieve hope, and it flies out too. But bottom line, that story is not, once again, it's not a historical story. It's talking about the female vagina. And it's called a box because when a woman is a virgin, she has a hymen. That hymen is like a bowl. The present hasn't been opened yet. But when you do open that present and you bring a human down through her vessel, which is the portal to the world, all souls come through that portal. When you do that, this child that you gave birth to is going to experience death. So what I'm saying is people see, oh, it's beautiful, oh, it's a baby, it's great. And what I'm saying is, whether you know it or not, this soul that you just brought through here, he's going to experience all of these things that you have to go through, and ultimately death, because you brought him in to this body, this vessel. And that's why I say all babies, when they're born, they cry. Automatically. They know, oh man. And babies are not that glorious. Why? Because a baby, as soon as it gets here, it's already shitting. You know what I'm saying? Already shitting, man. Oh, it's cute. Yeah, it's cute until it gets shit on your hand. And it is hollering. Have you ever seen, they say hell, they say hell when you're screaming, right? You get screaming. They say when you go to hell, They tell you this in church. They say when you arrive in hell, you're going to be screaming, right? You're going to hear screaming. Think about that in the hospital. When a baby is born, I've never seen a human being cry as hard as a baby. There are babies that cry so hard they can't breathe.
I know. Like, where did you bring me? Yeah.
Exactly. And I'm like, wait a minute. This got to be hell. Okay? And then when you look at it too,
Maybe don't mind. I'm playing around with some sound effects.
But that's what I'm saying.
Right.
And they're screaming. So this has got to be hell. Also, look at the process of birth.
Right.
Birth is not pretty. Have you seen a woman when she's giving birth? The blood that's coming out and she's, oh God, she can't breathe. And we call this a beautiful thing, giving birth. That is torture. So what I'm saying is when you understand what you're looking at,
right,
you see that this ain't as cracked up as they try to make it.
Right.
This is your soul experiencing being restricted. And even the process of crying. We cry our entire lives. The only difference is we learn how to stop crying externally once we get social around people, maybe the ages of from 8 all the way up to high school. You learn to stop crying. But deep inside, I know grown people are crying.
Yeah.
You got bills and stuff.
Yeah.
So it's learning how to escape this matrix in your mind, which is on the highest, like I said, the highest in the body. And to be able to separate, like you said, when you're driving on your job and you are able to mentally go to that place to keep yourself at peace and to have a separation from being so engaged in the matrix that you are totally absolved by it. You know what I'm saying? And that takes spiritual awareness to get to that point. Because it's people that are so wrapped in this matrix. And then even if you look at look at what people go through.
Right.
People don't want to talk about this. This is real. People go through. People, you talk to people who go to church and work. Oh, life is, God is good, and life is
blessed and highly favored.
Yeah, I'm blessed and highly favored. But my neighborhood looks like we got bombed.
I had a conversation with a guy on a bus about that the other day, and he was telling me all of this stuff, and he was trying to pick my brain because, on the bus or even on trains, public transportation, these types of people come there because they have a captive audience. You can't go anywhere. And for the most part, you have people who are not going on anywhere in life. They always want to physically come to a place where people are physically going somewhere. So now you're on the front of the bus. Yeah. You want to strike a conversation with the bus driver and talk loud. Now you're a little tipsy, and now you're an instant preacher. And now you have an instant congregation that can't go anywhere, even if for the most part they don't want to hear what you have to say. So now he's talking about God is good and this and that, whatever. I have no problem with him saying that. But he turns to me and he says, well, bus driver, it seems like you're in a bad mood. I said, well, what did I do to give you that indication? He's like, well, you're not responding. I said, well, are you looking for me to respond or to react? I don't react. I only act. We have one of those smart up north niggers here. So he turned his directions at me, and he had to justify himself to the people who he was going to try to run a spiel on. So he says, I said, God is good and Jesus is all good and everything. You got a problem with Jesus? And so I said, it depends which Jesus you're talking about. Either the revolutionary Jesus that looked like me and you, or the one that was given to us. So now he was all jacked up. So he's trying to come at me all kind of ways. And so he's telling me how God is good. I said, well, if God is good and he gave you all this life, why are you filling your gut up with all this bad food? Now you're looking like you're in your 3rd trimester of pregnancy. Why are you insulting the God that you claim to love by doing some unloving things to your body? If you're the epitome of all of God's grace and love and you are made by the best, why are you walking down here with your head down low? I said, I don't know your personal situation, but it seems to me that you might not be doing so well. And I'm not putting you down on that. But here you are not doing so well, but you want to sit up on a podium and force people to listen to something that's not going to lead them right. You know what I mean? So he was upset. He got argumentative then. Oh, it's all about love. And I know where you're going with this. You're going to call a white man the oppressor and all this. I said, you know, for a time, he might have oppressed me, but I'm free. I'm in this system, but I'm free. No, you're not. You're going to drive this bus because you got to pay your bills. I said, yeah, for a little while longer, but I'm one of them Negroes that's going to break off the plantation very soon. And I would never tell you because you go back and tell massa. Long story, but that's how it went. When they see that you have a different energy and that you don't, you're not walking with fear under this hierarchy as it is, or perceived hierarchy, you know what I mean? They want to come at you. So you have to be careful who you reveal yourself to. It's just like having sex. Sexually transmitted demons, spiritually transmitted demons, right? Who you share your energy with. If the number 100 goes to bed with the number 50 and has a great orgasm, that number 100 wakes up as number 75. He lost. I always have a saying, and you can interchange it depending on whether you're male or female. But if a man goes to bed with a dumb woman, he wakes up a little more stupid. If a woman goes to bed with a dumb man, she wakes up a little more stupid. It's an averaging out of your energies. So you always want to go up, and a person can slightly be down below you. You would be 100, they could be 90. Hell, they could be 20, but they want to go up and they want to stay up. They're about going up. If you're motivated in life to do something and you haven't gone anywhere near working your plan, but the fact of the matter is you're thinking about it every single day, you're fiending for it, you're researching it, you're going after it, I want to be around you, even if you may not have as much as me. Maybe I've been on my quest longer than you and manifested it. But you have some people who are gifted where they have the finances to go after creating a business, and they sit around at home, don't know what to do, don't want to do nothing. They want to coast off what was given to them. See, it's where you're going with your sexual energy, with your life, with your dreams. When you realize that everything that you see around you is the product of a thought, everything, this bottle, that tripod, that computer, that light, that seat, right at the first time. But you have to think about it. And if you have no thoughts and no visions in your head, just like I told people earlier on the show, I am going to be out of a mortgage in a few short years. And if some people say, oh, brother, he's just trying to sound so, because I'm not falling. I already know how I'm going to do it. I know how I'm going to do it. It's already written in stone. I just have to go through the motions. But some people, their mind doesn't go there. They're sitting up feeling, well, I'm in the system, but, you know, and I have this and I have that, but they're trapped because they don't know how to get out of it. I don't want to be in it. I don't want to be in it. So if you ask a person, where do you see yourself 5 years from now? And they, I don't know. If you one of them, I don't know MFs, I don't want to know you either. I don't want to know you either. Get away from me. You're pulling me down, and we don't have to have sex. We get around each other, and you argue with a fool, you come out a little more stupid, and he gains.
I'm a fool.
Right. Let me hold mine.
That's right. You're right. You're right. Any energies that mix, there is a equilibrium. There's something that shifts it. Water, it's gonna come to a separation, and it's gonna be an equalizing of those two energies, where it's either gonna separate or it's gonna join. And one is gonna consume the other, or one is gonna either, like you said, become lower or higher.
Right.
So you're absolutely right. And we sit around negative people, your energy is just like, it's like, let's say you're in a warm room and someone opens up a window, and let's say it's a small window, but the window is blowing cold air in.
Right.
You might say, okay, well, it's pretty warm in here. Well, we can handle a little bit. But if you get a few other people to open a few more windows, next thing you know, you cold now. So that's what it's like being around negative people, or people when you mix energies with, having sex with. If you have sex with a woman and she has a negative spirit, and I don't mean personality, I'm talking about her spirit. If her spirit ain't right. Right. You mix, you know what I'm saying? And A lot of them are attractive. That's the sad part.
Yeah.
A lot of them are attractive, so you don't really think about it, but you don't know what you're having sex with.
Right. An empty vessel.
You don't know what you're having sex with.
It's a Trojan horse.
An empty vessel.
You're laying in the bed sometimes with demons. And I'm gonna tell you something too. It's like junk food, right? Junk food has no nutritional value or very little nutritional value. But junk food catches you where? With that first bang of sensationalism, that taste. This is sweet. It's got a lot of sugar in it. Man, this is salty. Man, this is fried. This is oily. It destroys your taste buds. That junk food that has no nutritional value. So when you get down with a woman or a woman, you get down on a man or any one of these other combinations that 2017 seems to offer, demonic sex with someone who's trying to suck, yes, I use the word, who's trying to suck your life force, that sensation is awesome. Yeah, no, but it's true. And usually it comes through that act. I'm going to say it. I'm on to something here. I'm going to talk from experience. Let's be adult here. Yeah, no, because that's why they call it succubus. Let me tell you something. Demonic head is some of the best head that you'll ever get in this lifetime on a physical level. Because they offer no spiritual value. So they have to catch you with that. And it prostitutes your spiritual taste buds. So to the point you getting sucked off by this demonic woman, or ladies, you getting eaten up by a demonic man. You now lose your judgment as to what's good for you because you're so caught up in that blast of an act. And after a while, you won't feel it anymore. It won't feel good anymore. And when you look at what you've been dealing with, you realize you've been taken. The demon shows his face. I got you. Ain't nothing here. I'm not anything of value. You've been getting sucked off by junk food all the time, and now you're laying in my bed. You committed to me. You're with me. We got bills with both our names on it. You can't get away. You married a demon. That's the way it works.
Exactly.
So we got to be careful. Yeah.
Yeah, we do. We do, Lance. You're right. And you have to be careful because your body, anything that is to the touch, the sense, and the taste of your body is usually, like I said, I gauge this shit. I actually sat down and thought about what we get rewarded for, which is what we call pleasure, and what we get consequences for, which is what we call pain. Electrical signals in the brain communicating to you that this is wrong or right, or this feels good, this tastes good.
Right.
And the more I look into it, the stuff that's essential and feels great, not controlled, or is not, if you're not wise about it, usually it's rewarding you for keeping the system going. Like I say, having children keeps the shit going.
Right.
You understand that? And
right.
I'm gonna tell you something else about children. If you're gonna have children, don't have children and you're in a situation where you can barely survive. That is the horrible. I see
for real.
Kids and they bring a child. Yeah, that is horrible. You bring a child into the world and you can barely make it yourself. Now this child is not only gonna struggle, you're gonna struggle to even make it to help the child survive.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And it's like, what kind of thinking? And like I say, people get caught up in the sensation. Your body is urging you. Like I say, it don't matter how many orgasms you have, your body will make you still desire. And that's why I told you, this is hell. What is hell? Hell is a constant, where you can never get full relief. Living is where you never get full relief. No matter how much food you eat, you're going to get hungry. No matter how many times you have sex, you're going to desire sex. No matter how many times you go to sleep, you're going to get tired. So I'm saying we're at a state of lack in this body. So when you connect with your soul, you understand that is something. Put it like this. Everybody's looking to the future and the past. All we have now is the present. That is all that exists. Everybody's talking about in the past, this happened to me. In the past, that, or in the future, I'm going to get this. I'm going to do that. You are missing out on the most important thing that's going on. Life goes on while you are making plans. That's what happens. People die looking to the future of they're going to do this, they're going to do that, they're going to.
Right. And that's why I say there's a limit in my journey to what I desire in this world. Like I said, as an example, I already have the bed that I'm probably going to, if I have the luxury of a deathbed, and I say luxury knowing not a fatal accident or something else, but if I'm close to home and we know I'm going to go, I'm like, listen, I don't want to go to no, they ain't get my old, like 102-year-old organs or whatever. You know, I got the bed already. So I don't want that. So I've slowly but surely, the basic things, because that can burn up in a fire, right? And then I'll just probably get a Walmart blow-up mattress and just say, I spent on that already. I'm not buying no more. But there's a limit, not for my big behind, no, but there's a limit on that at this point, and I am desiring less and less. And it's funny because I was speaking to my wife, Mrs. Scurv, and I told her, I said, listen, you know, I'm not panicking as every year goes by. I'm 54 this coming Saturday, and I've cleared off a lot of. I'm different than I was even 2 months ago. I just don't need certain things. I don't even want certain things right now. Now what do I want? Okay, I want the fruit trees. I want to grow the vegetables. I want soil. I want land. That's what I want, and I want my dwelling to be on that land that's paid for. And I want the dwelling to pay for itself and be paid for, right?
Okay.
So therefore, that big chunk is coming off of me. So if the white man's money doesn't pay me my pension, I will still be able to do with my other plans and the talents and abilities that God gave me, right? But that is so peaceful to me because it's taken me out of the game. Out of that game where people are looking at you, you're looking at them, and they're trying to come, look, I got the new car. And now a person's looking at them, well, that's good, that's nice. But they're saying, damn, I got to outdo him. You see what I mean? Or the person comes with this gadget or the TVs that come out the phone. I know people who push their nose up because of a phone. I know someone who was close to me, when they found out my wife got a new phone, they got an attitude. And I mean, it's not like Mrs. Scurv go, I want to buy this and I want to buy that. No, she's not like that. She's a country girl from Jamaica, man. And this is one of the reasons why I've gravitated toward her, you know, back in the day.
All right. So Lance.
Yes.
So Lance, I would like to interject and ask you.
Yeah.
Why is it that you don't want the money? Because honestly, the way I grew up is I was taught that, you know, and my view of money is like, it's not really like other people's. I don't have any hang-ups about money like a lot of other people do. But see, money is a controversial subject for a lot of people.
Yes, I'm cool talking about it.
In many different ways. But the thing is that money to me is nothing more than a tool. And
well,
me,
yes, but see,
I understand.
Right.
I understand the subject of the show. We've been saying life is hell and life is suffering and things like that. But see, I view life as anything you want it to be. Life is I view life as, well, I can view life as, for instance, my perspective is that I view life as a key set of lessons you must learn to go to the next level.
Exactly. I agree.
Versus suffering, I view it as like a teaching tool. Life is nothing more than a teaching tool for your spirit to get to the next level.
Yeah.
And
it's a short time we're here.
My point is, but my question to you is, why don't you want the money when money can just be a tool? Money can give you anything you want. Money can fulfill your desires. Oh,
yeah. Okay, let me explain that. And it's a really quick, multifaceted answer. And maybe I was explaining myself wrong. Look, if I see a bag of money sitting down there, I'm going to jump over this table just as fast, knock the camera over, and probably smash one of the computers or something trying to get to it, right? I understand what it can do. But what I don't like is the hold in what it's done to the human spirit and the fabric of the human spirit over time, because they don't see it as a tool, right? And so I don't want that to happen to me. So I'm going to get it before it gets me. And also, because of what can happen and you're dealing with money. It's like giving someone, you have 10 people that you invite over to your house. They never had alcohol before, and you get them all a drink. Well, maybe 9 of them will go home and never have a drink again, or do it socially and never really, mess up. But one of those people are going to turn into an alcoholic, into turning into that alcoholic. You know what I mean? So I see beyond.
Very good analogy.
I see beyond the money in the tool business, because the people who control the actual money have a power over me if that money crashes or they manipulate it to crash. So let me get to what the money can buy, and let me get to the thing that can't be replicated, land. The land will be my money. The land will feed me, as opposed to living in an artificial living environment, and I have to take money to go to the supermarket, which makes me still under the control of someone else. Because if that money goes, I'm not going to eat. Crash on me. The land, for the most part, unless a plane drops chemicals and makes it where I can't grow anything, but unless it's something outlandish like that, for the most part, the land will help me. I can cut a couple trees down and build a structure, which I'm not looking to do even that. I'm doing my thing a different way, but it's where I can go. Nobody can throw me off of it. Yes, I had to take the money to go pay somebody to buy it. I will deal that much with it, and I will acknowledge that it has that ability. But while other people are going out and purchasing things that depreciate, or they're purchasing things because, and I'll put it on black people, where lots of black people want to wear their wealth on their sleeve. Yeah, I got this. And I don't mean the actual sleeve, but they want to show you what they got. And they will argue on how much debt they have. Well, I paid $15,000 for that car. Oh, I paid $22,000 for the same thing. You stupid. Because you generated effort being subservient to somebody else's system to get the money, to get this thing that is losing value. Land is limited. It will not lose value. It will always go up. And even if it lost value, I got to eat while I'm on this level. I got to have someone to rest my head. You see? So our values are twisted up because we're going after the money to go and get these superficial things that we crash so hard. Just think of, and people are different, but I'm quite sure many of us who are here, the way we think today, on this April day in 2017, we were thinking a lot different back in 1997. We were thinking a lot different back in 1987. A child growing up back in the day, for the most part, you give him $1. What's he going? $1 was a lot of money back in the 70s. You give him a quarter. First thing, most children who are not at that phase, their parents say, save your money. And dude, that's corny. Save my money for the future. Y'all are old. Y'all talk about that. I'm taking this quarter and I'm running to the corner store, the candy store. I'm getting me some candy. I got candy. See, the candy had more value than the money back then. And the other kid, oh, you got candy? How they come? Ooh, can I have a piece? Ooh, can I have a piece? No, I got 2 more pieces left. And come on. So that's how adults have been doing money. They're running with their money and purchasing the wrong things. So I understand.
And let me say this.
And the most that I cannot depend on money is the victory I have over the system that manipulates money. See? But I'm sorry, go ahead.
So you want money for freedom?
Yeah, but I can still get my freedom without money, but I get there faster. But once I get to where I need, and it's not much, I'm out. I don't need to pay anybody else to grow mangoes on my mango trees or my watermelons or my potatoes or my blueberries.
That's right.
See what I mean? And rain rains free unless they control that, right? But and the rain doesn't pick the affluent neighborhood over the hood. It rains freely. I'll collect my water. I don't got to go to the bottled water people. And I have a filtration system there. And I have the light is free. The solar power is free. I just got to get a whole lot of panels and have big enough strong batteries to store that goes right to my electric car, my internet, and all this different thing. But the way I'm going to be living, I'm sleep at night. I'm going to be sleeping, no artificial light for me. Not like now, right? So I already have it mapped out on a health level. What I'll wake up before the sun comes up. When the animals, the roosters and all that stuff, I'm up. I want to be in the sun. I want to get that all those vitamins and nourishment in my system. I want to consume things that are fed by the sun. And when the sun starts going down, that's when it's time to punch out. It's getting dark. Mosquitoes are coming out. Let's go inside and let's rest. And I want to rest because I'll be so tired. I won't have time for gossip. Girl, you heard somebody sleeping with this one and Kanye West and Kim Kardashian. And I don't want to hear any of that. I'll be in a deep sleep. You know, my movies, the best movies are the damn good dreams that you have after a hard day's work. And you don't mind because you're dreaming vivid. Ain't a surround sound made to sound like that. So nature takes care of everything in the system, not man's system, but the creator system.
Let me say this about what you were saying, though, on the purchasing land.
Mm-hmm.
They even basically are telling you what it is by calling it real estate. They're saying to you that this is the only thing that is real.
Right.
This is real estate.
Right.
So by making that statement and saying it's real estate, they're saying that everything else is not real. So the fact that they call it real estate and that is the highest thing you can allude to means that you're right. It is only a certain quantity of land. You can't reproduce land.
Exactly.
Land has a finite, you see what I'm saying? It's a finite structure. So you're right. If people thought more like that, like you're talking about a mortgage, they design mortgages. You should see how, this is what I mean about greed.
Mortgage.
Design mortgages.
Mortuary.
Yeah.
Death.
Mort mean, you know what mort gauge? You know what mort means?
Mm-hmm.
Mort means death. Mort means death, and gauge means note. It's a death note. The people who design mortgages, they assess the current income and society to actually make the purchasing price of the house so that you can never pay it off. They do this intentionally. So when they price the market, your mortgage is your death note. They know that you, the average person, unless you have an exceedingly high income, which makes you not average, cannot pay that in a lifetime.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
And I know it too.
You will never own the house.
Yeah, I'm not paying no mortgage when I'm in my 80s. That's crazy.
That's what I'm saying. But if you bought it off, or if you inherited from your relative, you actually have something. You have an asset, because those, they appreciate. Cars, vehicles, all this other shit that we buy, computers, they depreciate in value as soon as you buy them.
That's right.
So you're absolutely right. The only real estate is land, because you can do whatever you want if you own a piece of land.
Right.
You know what I mean? You can
That's
do
right.
whatever you want on it. You can live how you want to live. But the society now is about money, and it's not about what money can buy. Money is only a tool to.
And Jack is wise when he said that money's a tool. You know, it's a tool to use to get somewhere else, and that's what I believe in. But in the modern day, it's a tool, but it's also a seduction that most fall victim to, and that's what I'm not fearful of it, but that's what I'm leery of. I want to not just be able to get off of that bandwagon, but I've dried up my desires, which won't put me in a bad position, but I just don't even want that power. I want to have the positioning of a bird in the field. I don't care if I don't have wings to fly, because I'll be flying in my own sense when and if, and things happen in cycles, and it's going to happen. When the market crashes, right? The birds don't matter. I mean, no, they matter. Bird lives matter. The birds don't care. They're flying around. They got the free food, the free water, insects. They doodling on everybody. They flying, traveling free. What do they care? Because they're part of that system. This is why I love nature so much, because I get a chance to peek into a system that is not controlled by man. You can burn things down and stuff, but it's a hierarchy that's beautiful and there's perfect balance. See?
Okay.
Right.
So with that said,
Mm-hmm.
I jumbled my thoughts up last statement I made. I jumbled my thoughts up.
Mm-hmm.
So if you could have all the money you want, would you take the money and use it for freedom, or would you just? All right. So what I'm saying is,
Yeah. Come on, give it to me.
Ultimately, what you're saying is that you're breaking away from the system for your freedom, right?
Okay, I have my freedom now, mentally and spiritually, but my foot is still in the door, because I'm still here. I'm in this house with a mortgage, and lights have to be on, and you know, there's a job and stuff like that, which I want to break away from all of that. I have my freedom partially. I want all of it. I want to go.
Okay, all right.
Ask, what's the question you really want to ask? Hit me with it, man.
Okay, so I'm saying it. So what I'm saying is to introduce into this conversation. It's not really about the money. It's not really about the jobs. It's not really about the cars or the houses. What it's about is freedom, ultimately.
Yeah. Well, this world doesn't want you to be free. You see, when you have a smile on your face and it's not an artificially produced smile, where look at that nigger over there, probably got his check for the month. That's why he's smiling. But when you're smiling and they can't determine the source of it, and it's beyond their comprehension, the mission is to take that away from you. Find out what it is and take it away from you. Why are you smiling? You should be agonizing. You should be frustrated. You should be under the guillotine, the potential for your head to be chopped off, because that's damn sure what I'm feeling. So why are you walking around? It's like people who think I make $1 million doing this stuff online. I got coworkers who are pissed off at me indirectly because they think I'm getting over. Well, while you're driving the bus, those videos are playing and you're making money. When they don't understand that I'm taking money from there and building up here, and I ain't making much money from here. But I have a vision of freedom. And this is not just about money. It's freedom on many levels to talk and not be in a one-way communication of a television. Just I'm watching, they're telling me what to think. But we're stoking the ability to think within ourselves and becoming this extended family. I've never seen you, Jack, but I feel close to you. I know your voice. I know how your mind kind of goes and the things you've shared. I've picked up your rhythm. So we're using this artificial means to get there, but we can take it elsewhere where that jump started it. See? But that freedom, I really want nothing to do with this wicked world. I am through. I'm not saying some suicide type stuff, right? Where you're playing back a video. Maybe that's what he meant when he said that. No, I'm trying to live. But I'm trying to truly live on my terms and not on anybody else's terms, because when you get into, like, for example, me with the good food, the way it makes you feel, it's not about calories or, oh, you don't want to eat junk food. I don't want junk food. I don't have no desire for it. See, I have no desire for it. I have no desire for most things that most people out here in the world have a desire for. So I'm a strange cat. That's why I can sit here in this room with no windows, after I get enough sun, of course, and do what I do for hours on end. Because most people would say, like, okay, Mrs. Scurv is our schedule's a little different. So usually on Sundays, she's, at the plantation, her plantation. That's our joke. That's how we refer to it. So when I'm here, there are people who text me, oh, Scurv, you can swing on by and nobody has to know. You know what I mean? I'm here. I want to be here. I never really leave the house on my Sundays. I'm here. I'm in heaven. I go in the yard. I'll lay down face down on one of the lounge chairs and just watch the ants. Say, wow, look how they operate. Flip over and look up at the birds. That is the utmost pleasure for me, hearing the sounds of nature, the wind going through the plants and just noticing things flying around and just be, I'm on a whole different level. I'm not saying it's better than anybody else, but I don't want no part of this. I'm a New York City boy to the day I transition, but that is not me. That is not me. I went to New York City in January. I'm going again within the next few weeks or months. And when I get there, I got the stride, I pick up. I know the rhythm. I can do that forever. But that's not me. I don't want to be around the radio waves and the energy and the idiosyncrasies of weird, toxic people who don't want to clear out their spiritual guts, but they come around me and they want to dump on me because of their insecurities or their false hierarchy that they honor. Now I got to deal with that toxic stuff where inside me, I'm not toxic. Mentally, physically, and spiritually. Not to get lewd and too much information. I can pass gas around you all day. I've been eating so clean, you'd never know it. You'd probably say, there are flowers around here, roses. There's something that smells good. Go ahead, Joel.
All right, so ultimately, what I've been hearing throughout this entire segment is that life is hell, life is suffering, but I want to say, to me, life is whatever you want it to be. Life can teach you lessons. Life can
Mm-hmm.
You can learn things from life.
I used to buy that.
And ultimately,
I used to buy that.
And right. But ultimately, the question on my mind right now about Lance
Yes.
is, would Lance be saying doesn't need the money, or he doesn't want the money, if he could get all the money he wants?
Well, see, it's a limit to that. It's a limit to that. Money can't keep me here. David Rockefeller found that out, right? So my life is priceless. How much money could you give me to say that to enhance a life of freedom? You see, it's really like it's a catch-22 situation. I mean, I know in my plan how much I need as far as the tens of thousands of dollars to execute the plan that way. But in our lifetime, we're going to make way more than that. You understand? So for me, I already see the end of that. That as money accumulates, there will be money accumulating in my name after I get off of the grid because of my dealings business-wise, that I'm into the business because I enjoy doing what I do. I mean, nature, organic foods. You're out there, you think I'm gonna sit around and not do anything? I'm not talking with an attitude towards you. I'm just saying it for effect. You think I'm gonna sit around and not do anything when you have a Whole Foods where people are paying people to have these things, and you have little businesses, little companies. Some of them run out of their garages and they deal with some product that they've created that's gluten-free, dairy-free, soy-free, egg-free, totally vegan. And someone else in the inner city sees the value of that and will pay you that because they don't have a garden or a farm to grow those type of things. So in making money, you have to fulfill a need. You have to figure out what the need is and become the answer to that. And there you find your market. But from that vantage point of living where I live, that's where the advantage is, because I'm with my wife. We make our own hours, but we probably work 16 hours a day because we're having fun. And we sleep when we want, we eat when we want, go to the bathroom when we want, go into town when we want. Yes, we have to be connected probably by the internet or something, to do business with the world. But from where we stand, we can do it and make it. And look, but there's no overhead. Where's the money going to go? We're just doing it because we love to do it. We'll help some people out. We'll donate, and we'll be free. No one will dictate. We give our jobs the best time of our day. 10 hours. Nah, I'm not doing that. My job gets what they pay me for, nothing more. And also out of pride, nothing less. But my best time is my time that I spend at home doing the different things that I do. I do graphics. I have the Scurv Media LLC. It's been active for the last few years. It is a real business. You can search it, right? Mm-hmm. And all of I pay my taxes, my quarterly taxes. See, and everything that I earn comes under the hierarchy of Scurv Media LLC. Some people say, oh, they make up names and put it out there, right? No, this is real. And so when someone calls me and says, Lance, I need a banner for my Facebook business page, I'm like, okay, I'll whip it up for you. You see how I do the graphics for the YouTube stuff? I pop that off so easy. So I can charge somebody something and in 20 minutes have a banner. They say they don't like it. Well, tell me how you want to change it. Shoot it to my PayPal and I'll take care of this for you. Shoot me half and shoot me the other half. Or shoot me a third when we start. Shoot me another third when I finish. And after you check everything and you're happy with it, shoot me that last third. And I can sit here on a rainy day. No, business is slow. It picks up. And that's one small income stream that I have. There are other smaller income streams. So even when the major ones fall through, you see, that they don't fall through, but the bigger ones, I still got the small ones. I didn't have to burn no gas to go there. I'm not answering to no boss. I do it when I want to do. I have two graphics to do before tomorrow morning. I'll do them tonight later on. One is a cosmetic thing for a gentleman's face, and another one is a YouTube banner for this person who's a rapper. And, so that's how it happens. So people think that, YouTube, they're not going to pay no money. They're going to stop my hits. They're not going to stop your visibility. Have something to offer through your brand. You see? I don't know how I got on that. Y'all got to corral me in. I'm on some Dick Gregory type stuff. I start ranting and I don't stop talking.
Can I add on and something to add on to your point if you don't mind?
Go ahead, man. This is your night.
This is it.
Okay.
No, this is Ace.
Okay, brother.
Yeah, I want to make a point.
Yeah. Wait, can you hear me, Lance?
Yes. We can hear you, Ison.
I got caught up. I had to call back in because I had
Oh, dang.
connected with after he said something, I was gonna touch back on what he was.
Right.
I was talking about the suffering and why I don't buy that. But go.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, what I was saying, the point that I was going to make was, once those guys get to a Rothschild or whatever status, you got to understand they no longer operate with money. So the whole concept is to conquer that self, that inner self, without money, just like they're doing. And just really think about it. I'll put it all together. If you get to, say, for instance, a billionaire, right? So you say, okay, I'm going to buy some property so that my children's never have to work again. So you buy enough property to be able to pass down to generation to generation. And you say, okay, well, the only money that they're going to have to spend is electricity. So you say, you know what? I got enough money. I'll invest in my own dam, or I'll invest in my own grid or something like
that. A windmill.
I understand. Right. But when you get to a point of a certain money, it's no longer money needed. It's
right.
Status.
Right.
Status is able to allow you to get what everything else you need. They don't walk around with no money in their pockets. They don't swipe anything. Pay the entry. They're not paying no entry fee. Nobody's paying them, because you got to understand this. If you're a millionaire and you have, well, not a millionaire, but if you have $1 million in the bank pays you $10,000 a month for an allowance to use your $1 million. It's circulating. So just imagine if you're worth 500 million or a billionaire. Your money is running and circulating the earth. I mean, that country. So nobody ever asks you for any money. So let's reverse engineer that. We got to get to the point where we don't need anything, need money. That's the whole point. It's a seesaw in a sense. Either, no matter which way, either you all the way close to the grid or living off the grid, and you're actually master self. That means the highest level of self is no dependency on nothing or nobody. That's the highest.
Right. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
So when you off the grid, you are at your highest level of self. When you get to the highest level of wealth, you become same thing, the highest level of self. So there's two ways of obtaining that. As of right now, and as of for a lot of years and stuff, you have not been able to achieve higher wealth. So the closest route for you is higher self. That's just a realistic goal.
Mm-hmm. And you can do that by getting land.
Yes.
Once you get your own land, you can set up your stuff. And once you have your stuff on your own land, you don't need the system anymore, because you can set up your own land.
And one other point. Anybody can do this simple math. Add up the amount of acres in the world that are habitable. I'm not talking about on the cliffside. I'm talking about where you can actually live. And then add up the population of the people. It actually adds up to, last time I did my math, every person can have 2.2 acres to themselves.
No more than that.
It's a reason why this brother over here has only a quarter of an acre, and Mr. Tom has 500 acres. It's a reason. Because wealth can exchange. Wealth cannot be created. It can only be exchanged. So that's why you can't win that fight, because he understands wealth can only be exchanged. That means he got to give you his wealth.
Well,
you might as well conquer inner self.
I want to say.
Hold on.
Yeah, let Ison talk. Ison?
I was about to say, yeah, as far as what he just said a minute ago, 70% of the earth, or 75 even, is uninhabited. And people talk about this overpopulation and all this type of stuff. The only overpopulation is going on in the metropolis and city areas, where they crowd and flood everybody in these tight areas, and then they say it's overcrowded. If you just drive in certain cities and states, if you drive past the suburbs, you will see land, just miles of nothing but land, uninhabited. So that whole overpopulation thing is a lie. But also, I was going to touch on what he was saying about he doesn't see life that way, and he sees life as less and all that. Okay, well, I used to buy that, but that's not true at all. And life ain't what you ultimately want to make it. It is, you can do certain things with life, but it is still limited. You can't do everything you want. But as far as saying that life was a lesson, the reason I don't buy that anymore is, if life is a lesson, explain to me how a 3-year-old child could get shot. Is that a lesson? Explain how someone can just die in a car accident from a drunk driver who had nothing to do with them, but they ended up dying because of someone's negligence. Or explain to me how someone gets raped, how a person dies from a horrible disease that is totally mutilates them and makes them crippled, or how a person.
Well, but that actually is the lesson. That actually is the wisdom.
From a person.
on the brother's defense, honestly, that is the lesson. The person that passed away, the 2-year-old, the 3-year-old, they're not feeling any more pain. They've risen to the next dimension. It's the people back here is how you respond to that. If you give up faith, if you give up hope, if you say, what the hell, I don't give a fuck, then yeah, that is your test. That is the lesson. The lesson is for us, the witnesses. We bear witness to all of this. So how you respond to the earth, how you respond to the vices, how you respond to the oppression is your character, which is what you'll be judged on.
Yeah, but I'm talking about what he was talking about, living life.
All right, can I finish? Can I finish?
Uh-huh.
So, ultimately what I said is, well, to the guy who said the world is not about money once you reach a certain level of wealth and have a certain amount of money, I disagree, because the entire world is ruled and run by money. It's always about money. It's just that money, as I said, once again, is the tool by which you extract the resources with.
The world is ruled by fear, brother, not money, by fear.
Okay, I'll disagree with
That's true.
Now, back to what I was saying.
No, that's true on a higher level. That is true.
Okay.
Fear of the gun.
So listen,
would you...
Okay,
listen to this, though.
I get what you're saying.
If I had a gun to your head, no, I'm just being real. What's more immediate? If I had a gun to your head or money, which one would you be more immediate to in that situation? It would be the gun.
Okay, this is hypothetical. You can argue hypothetical till you're blue in the face. That's the thing, is people go through these hypotheticals and these hypotheticals.
That's real.
Yes, it's a what if.
No, it's what's going on right now. They rule us through the military, the cops, the police. They have weapons. That's fear. You get what I'm saying? That's fear.
Okay.
That's not about.
But
that's real life. That's not hypothetical.
Are you choosing to be afraid, though? That's the thing. Are you choosing to be afraid?
No,
or are you going to stay calm and get through this?
Well, whether you're afraid or not, the majority of people are going to be in fear.
But it's fear, because you got to understand. You got to understand. Your fear. What we just explained to you is you were born as equal as everybody else into this planet, and you actually have 2.2 acres that just mathematically is yours. As authority, or you was not born saying the Pledge of Allegiance. So by you not fighting for what is actually yours is a fear for you. So something is fearing you from keeping you fighting from that, because you're complying to the system. So it is a fear, because you feel like, oh man, I'm not going to be successful. I'm going to get killed looking for my freedom. And what we're simply trying to say is, it's ours. And death is not a fear tactic, because that's a high level. Once we realize that, then we have ours. So we're afraid of death.
Okay,
we're afraid of the unknown.
I'm lost.
Okay, well,
I mean, I understand that, brother, because we wouldn't have so many disagreements. It's about a certain level. It has to do with your diet. That's probably why there's a lot of loss. It has to do with probably what you're being exposed to, because this is really just common sense. You have everything at your access to be self-sufficient. You are giving up the option to be self-sufficient because Master keeps a pacifier in your mouth. That's an option that you choose, and you should have that option.
The point is, no, I'm not. because I use whatever tools are given to me. And if that tool is money, I can use it to buy whatever I need to get rid of massa. So I mean, whatever we're talking about,
that's what we're talking about.
Whatever we're talking about.
You're talking about money though. Still, you still in the system. We're talking about not needing money.
You in the box.
Lance, this is what I was talking about. People have many different views of money, and money is controversial. So everyone's getting caught up about what it is money means to them, what it is life is. How
so okay, and I get that, but it's all about where you are in your ascension, in your consciousness. It's like the man who, take two men who are in the same identical car accident, in the same exact places, and we know that we don't have people who have the same exact dynamics that we're going to make this up. And we have rehabilitation. The bones get healed up. They're not really walking. There was some nerve damage. And now it's dependent on their will and their desire to walk the way they did. They're not going to recuperate on the same level because people develop in different ways. People ascend in different rates. We have willpower, we have determination, we have focus, we have faith. And sometimes just sitting still, those elements can't just be measured. So when we speak, and I hear you about the money thing, Jack, but I also understand where Ace and Ice and all, because I'm pretty much in that place. But I understand we're all born on a different planet, Mars, and it was habitable, right? And there was no money, and it's like 20 of us. Again, like I said before, we're going to have to look to each other to survive. If we say, hey, there's 20 of us and we need like 15 people to help move that big rock over there, you know, for some reason, and two people volunteer and the other ones say, when those other ones start needing that rock to be moved, they're going to get together like, listen, we need to do this for the survival of all of us. And the actual money doesn't come into play. The money to me is when greed has stepped in, and we're speaking about human nature on the lower levels. Brother Ison and Brother Ace here, we're speaking about a consciousness on a higher level that doesn't have to be measured to ensure that there's a fair exchange. Together is a fair exchange. You see, when you go to the supermarket and there's 7 cents left over, but you already grabbed your bags and the cashier's, hey, here's your 7 cents. You're like, keep it. Because now you already have what you need. It means nothing to you. So when you're on that higher level of consciousness, you're not doing the tit for tat thing. That if we lived in a society where I was the electrician and I did work on your house and you're the roofer, well, you did a little roofing job for me because I didn't have much of a problem. You fixed a leak. You did a little section of the roof, but you need your whole house rewired. Now, if the lower levels of human nature step in, all of a sudden it's like, hey, we need to make some way of measuring it because you didn't do that much for me and I'm going to do your whole house. But when I need you to do my whole roof, you're there to do it. So why can't we just take care of each other? I mean, is there a sex meter that we have and you're dealing with a young lady and it's like, you know, you got to hurry up and have an orgasm because I stroked you 1,726 times, you know, and it's getting tiring to get you to that point. So you better give me 1,726 bobs of the head next time you perform oral sex. It doesn't work that way. Where we have to go, and we're good. That's nature. You know what I mean? There is no waste. We have each other. The insurance that we have is in each other.
All right. So, okay, Brian.
Yeah, but he can't escape the money thing. He's stuck on money.
Right. No, I'm about to throw it back to Ison. So to clear all this up, because we seriously got sidetracked, okay, I'm going to go back to my initial argument, which was, the key question on my mind was, would Lance be saying he needed the money would Lance say he doesn't need the money if he could have all the money he wants? And that is to say, relating to Ison's argument that life is hell versus me saying that life is a lesson, okay, would life be hell if Ison or whoever did not have to suffer? Would life be hell if he could relieve himself live what he needs.
It would still be that hell.
With what he's learned.
It would be on a lesser level.
I'll tell you why.
It's
Different
okay, why
levels,
would it be
exactly.
hell?
I'm gonna tell you why. I have seen rich people. I used to be in the music industry, and I know people who have money. I've done different businesses where I've met people who have millions and hundreds of millions.
And they're miserable.
And I'm gonna tell you why it's still hell. Because it doesn't matter how much money you have in your bank. You still have to eat. You still have to sleep. You're still gonna get sick. You're still gonna have frustration. And ultimately, all it is higher level. See, when you're at a low level, all you can think about is the next level. When you're at a level where you need money, right? Everything is like, oh, I'll have everything I want if I get this money. The person who has the money, guess what? It is not solved. They want power. Once they get the power, what? They want more power. So it's a never ending. You can't quench. That's what I meant about hell. It's something that you can never satiate. So no matter how much money you have, you still got to deal with life.
Hey, Lance, it's Nicole. Yeah. Can I interject?
Sure. How are you? Welcome.
I just wanted to say that I agree with what the brother who was just talking was saying about
Ison?
Having more money. Yes, Ison was saying about having more money is not the answer, because I mean, I know everyone's heard Biggie Small's song "More Money, More Problems," and that's really the truth. When you have more money, you are going to have more problems.
Mm-hmm.
And what he was saying about needing to have power, when you have more money, you need to have power, and the reason why you need to have power is to prevent other people from taking your money away from you.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with her. Yeah.
The other thing that I was going to say earlier is I know that the other young man that was on the phone had a different perspective in regards to living off the grid, and he was trying to, say that maybe it's that you need freedom and you can change the way that you think about things and it will change life. And I see where he's going with that because he's in a different space than you are. But I'm leaning more towards the whole elimination of money as the currency that we use, because money is not a real currency. I was saying in the chat earlier, I'm not sure if everyone got to see it, that the real currency that we utilize in life is energy. The way that we're going about using energy in this capitalistic society is incorrect. It's really parasitic, and that's the cause of the lack of the fulfillment that we are experiencing. It's because we're using our energy and we're constantly running a race, spinning on a wheel, and it feels like we're not getting anywhere. I was recently, I was supposed to purchase a house like a couple months ago, and when you guys were speaking about how, the mortgage is really a setup, that's true, because a house that costs $187,000, when I did the math, over the 30-year loan term is going to add up to $400,000. That's way more than the purchase price.
That's right.
That's right. They actually gauge your income to price it so that you won't pay it off. So,
right.
Yeah.
So it's like a setup.
Mm-hmm.
It's like this. The thing that's going to make us free is if we can find a way to, build a community where it's not based off of something that is, that can't really be counted. Money is not something that is really real. And someone mentioned about the fact that everyone could have 2.2 acres of land. And that's a really good analogy, because the whole idea of the person having the 500 acres and leaving you with the 2.2 is the structure of this capitalistic society where if you have less and I have more, then I am the slave. I'm the master of you and you're my slave. It's like the capitalism is truly it's just slavery.
And in this natural world, before man's greed took over with his systems, you just go to get what you need. It's like going over to the family house for dinner, mama's house or grandmother's house, and all the family and friends are coming over there. You're not measuring how much everybody has on their plate. You don't care how many times a person goes back, even when you're not full, because you know there's enough food there. We take what we need and we leave the rest, and we leave the place better than it was before by not littering and dirtying it up and damaging it. That's how this world is. You take what you need. Hey, if there are 10 acres of land between us and somebody says, well, the both of you go and divide it up. They didn't say split it. They said divide it up. And if you have 10 kids, I'll say, okay, go ahead and take 7. I'll take 3. I'll take 2. You need it. You have more hands to farm that land, which would benefit me, because you'll remember how generous I was and how much I wasn't trying to be confrontational and greedy. And I'll always have watermelons and mangoes and vegetables tossed over the fence, if there is a fence. You know what I mean? So if we go to take what we need, this world is given to us.
That's right.
And we can't take away anything out of this world that's here. This life is a gift. This planet is a gift. It's a living, breathing organism. And we have to work along with it. So man stepped in and hijacked that relationship that we have with the Most High. We have this relationship with him. We're born into a world where there's no price on fruits. There's no price on the vegetables. There's no price on the land. There's no price on the raw materials to build structures as we need. Yes, we need to sometimes chop a tree down. That don't mean we got to chop all the trees down to build a mall. Get what you need, and the balance won't be thrown off. We need our forests. We need our greenery. I'm looking at Florida. I'm looking at Orlando here. There are miles and miles of land. When I drive down to Miami, South Beach, you go down, you leave out of the bigger cities. You're like, man, there's all of this land. Like the electricity when you get into the bigger cities, the tension. And it's like, wait a second, why do I have to pay so much for this land in the city? And when you go far out into the country, it's much, much cheaper. I'm looking at land all over the state of Florida and beyond, even in other countries. And we're paying more for the ability or the right to live in an artificial living environment that's not conducive to our good health on a mental, physical, and spiritual level. And this is why I want to go out, because I don't have to beg or use the money. The value goes up and down to attain these things. I'm going out into the way it was originally intended. And even with taxes, you still got to pay taxes. But I looked at a piece of property not too long ago that the homeowners organization there, it was only like $52 a year. And I see some properties that are pretty much comparable to what I live in now, but they're in so-called more affluent neighborhoods. And they pay, they're paying hundreds a month for that. For what? To be cooped up with people who are materialistic, who are running down to the mall, who are jump off of the building and kill themselves when they have 20 million in the bank, but they lose 2. That's delusional.
That's what I was getting at. That's what I was telling him about.
Mm-hmm.
See, at the level you are, is what your perspective is.
Yeah.
You think that, because I've been there, I've seen that. Oh, if I could just get this, it'll solve everything. And what I'm saying is, because I met a man who told me his father, who is now deceased, but at the time he was living, this man owned banks and everything. He had millions of dollars. And he told me he had a recurring nightmare that someone was going to rob him into his account and there would be $0. He would have this recurring dream and fear, living in paranoia that someone's going to steal his money, he's going to be a bad deal, somebody's going to rob him. So what I'm saying is these are the things that come along access money. You know what I'm saying? And you only experience that once you get to that level. But when you're at a level where you don't have it, you put it's like a utopia falsely made up in your mind that it's going to solve every problem. Yes, it will be easier, but there's other complications that come along with being greedy. It's just simply like what you were saying. You only use what you need to use. You know what I mean? If you use what you need to use, you'll be fine. And actually, it should be a law. It should be illegal to be that greedy. Actually, when there's people starving or whatever, and you got a person just hogging, and you're only one person. Like, imagine, see, because consumerism is a religion. You see what I'm saying? There's people who are religious. I gotta have the newest car when it comes out, before it comes out. And what I'm saying is, you can only drive. Your human body can only drive one vehicle at a time. If you have 30 cars in your garage, I can't drive all 30. But if there's a person starving, and you want to hog to feel better, you want to hog what you're not getting even used. And then there's people. I've seen rich people too, older rich people, and guess what? They die on their wealth.
Yes.
They hold on to it, and they never use it. Never use it. From 2 and 4, you can't take it with you. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
That's what I'm saying about the whole religion on this money stuff. About it, money. It's about what money can buy, but also you should not desire that much. That's a religion. You desire more than you even need. That's greed. You don't need. I mean, you're just hogging stuff. You know what I mean? To feel better than the next person.
Right.
All right. So what I'm hearing is what I'm hearing is the either or mindset from what I'm getting. And so so what I'm hearing is that you're saying if you have money, you'll become attached to it. You become greedy, this, that, and third. I got that. All right. Is that by not having money or distributing or not becoming attached to money and distributing it evenly to everyone, we can live in a better world. But what I'm saying is you're saying so the argument basically boiled down to its 2 points is what I heard is you have money, you get attached to it. You don't have money, we can share it among each other, and we can make the world a better place. But that's exactly what I heard. But what I'm saying is that you're saying either or. But what I'm saying is that the answer is both, and that life is what you make it, and it's just a matter of perspective. So, okay, all right. So even if so what I heard is you said you've seen rich people. You said they're miserable, so obviously it's not the money, but it's a matter of perspective on their part, right?
No, I'm saying money does not. This is what I'm saying. I'm saying that money does not solve every problem.
I mean, that's a given. To me, that's
no, but you can't tell that to a person who doesn't have it. They don't understand that. They see it as the end all. It's gonna be. They're gonna wake up without. They're gonna be in heaven. They're not going to need anything, and life is not going to still be the issue. That's what people who don't have it. It's just like, think about something. Think about something that you wanted for a long time. Maybe it's something you're going to purchase or something like that. And before you purchase it, in your mind, you made it greater than what it actually is when you buy it. Once you actually,
it's a letdown.
You say, yeah, or you say, you know what? I hype this up more than it actually is in my mind. The anticipation, just like a fight on TV, if you're going to watch a championship fight, the anticipation of the fight is more exciting than the actual fight sometimes because the hype, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
The hype about it's going to be the greatest and that's how people who are poor or people who don't have the money, that's how they see it. If you talk to someone who has money, they'll tell you, no, I still got a lot of issues. Matter of fact, I got more issues because I'm trying to hold on to.
Right. And then you're a target.
I got more to lose.
There's so many people coming after you for it that don't care about you, but they're trying to get that when they don't understand that is not going to bring them the happiness. And they might feel a temporary rush. Like when you made the boxing analogy, and the two fighters are in the ring staring each other down. Well, that's the last part of the good experience because it's not even going to be a great fight. Now, the people that I know that do have money that have been rooted in the way we're speaking now, they never let the money get to them. I'm not saying they're just giving it away, but it's not allowed to run free and go crazy in their mind. Because we always, look, if we all were like that, money would not have ended up being as bad a tool. It's a tool going wild. If we're fair with that, but if we're fair with each other and treat each other in a humane fashion, in a fair fashion, we wouldn't need money. Like I said, that's to ensure that we're fair in how we do our exchange with each other. But again, if you go back to just taking what you need and doing for others and do more for others than what you take, give more than what you receive, you'll be all right. You'll always be overwhelmed with blessings, and anything you need, you'll always have, because the other people around you, they're going to look to give more than what they received. And if we're all givers, if you have two lovers in the bed who are more givers, that's going to be a wonderful time. You see what I mean? Because they're busy giving, and they will receive. But if you have somebody who just wants to lay back and say, do me, and I ain't doing you, that's not a relationship that's going to last too long. I'm not basing everything off of sex. That was just an analogy. But if we look to give more, yeah, they're scheming and see. So now the money can be manipulated when your focus becomes just the money. Now we got to find ways to trick you out of it.
Yeah, can I just hit a point that people forget too?
No, I got to finish.
Just like with the association with the. Hold on, brother.
All right.
Just with the association of.
All right. So ultimately, what I was saying and what I was trying to take the audience to in layers is that, would you say you don't need money if you could have all the money you want? Would life be hell if you didn't have to suffer? And that ultimately life is only a matter of perspective. That is essentially what I was trying to take people to in layers, but it's not getting there. But that's ultimately what I want to say. Thank you. That's all I wanted to say. You can continue, sir.
No, I appreciate talking about that, you know.
I wanted to add, because people don't understand, like, I guess the interaction with the wealthy on a personal level. You got to understand this. Like I said earlier, the millionaires do not have access to all their money. When their money is in the bank, someone is controlling their money. There is a financial advisor. You cannot just go to the bank and say, I'm going to pull out $50 million. It's not going to happen. So you are restricted too, even as a millionaire. Also,
see, I see
you got to understand. Huh?
You know that though. Average people don't have
that.
Yeah,
exactly. And then also, this is the other problem that creates when you're up there on that high horse. You have regular friends. I have a multimillionaire uncle, and he tells me firsthand. He says, "Listen, I may get he said, you might get a flat tire or something like that. He say, I might get a call from the IRS, and I need to come up with $60,000 in 30 days. Who the hell am I calling for $60,000? You? You see what I'm saying? So woe to hell that wears the crown. Be careful what you ask for. And that's one thing you got to be careful what you ask for when you searching for too much wealth. When you're searching for being too comfortable in the system, don't forget, them Europeans is waiting on that ice cap to come off of Antarctica. And somebody need to cultivate that land. So if you so anxious and willing to be in the system, hold your hand up when it's time to take your ass over there in the ship. You know what I mean? So we got to keep all this stuff in mind.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. It's just the fact of, like what he was saying, I think, and I'm not trying to berate him but a lot of people, and I'm glad he said his perspective. People have this perspective in their mind that money, and they can't get away from money because they were born with money. It's hard. If you told someone there used to be a time where we didn't have these pieces of paper, you see what I'm saying? There's people that can't conceptualize living in the world without being dependent on this fiat system.
Yes.
And
well, let's take them to the root. Take them to the root of money. What was the first form of money? The first form of money. let's really think about it. What was the first form of monetary? The first form of monetary trade was manpower. Manpower.
Oh yeah, manpower, but that wasn't the first one. That was later on too, because you got to remember the population.
Manpower and knowledge. Manpower and knowledge was the first thing that people traded and exchanged.
Yes, but I'm talking about.
If we want to go back to the monetary system, let's go back to trading that.
Okay. Well, the first, if you want to really be honest, the first system of monetary, or what you want to say, wealth exchange, was knowledge. That was the very first, because you got to realize this planet did not used to have this many people on it. The population is dense now. Like I said, up to this current stage where it's been 170 billion people have died on this planet, and that's a conservative estimate if you go back into history. But what I'm saying is, there used to be a time where knowledge was the exchange, but also we didn't have a currency system because there was abundance everywhere. Why would I need something and it's all around me? I can go to the lake for water. I can go to the trees to get the food. I can go and get plants. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right. And I agree with you. I just feel they came hand in hand, because here's the thing. If you come to me, right, and I can give you the knowledge on how to fish, but if you don't know how to fish, now I got to actually use your manpower. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'm saying. They came together. So the person that could not comprehend the knowledge, he had to use manpower. So he had to trade something off. If you say, brother, I like the way you built your hut, and I say, listen, this is how you build it. You take this, man, listen, I can't comprehend that. Okay, well, listen. Well, then I need your manpower then.
Right.
We got to trade something then. Yeah, we got to trade your labor. I need your hands then. Because you don't. Right. And that was the first indentured slave. That was the first indentured servant, a person who didn't have knowledge and couldn't obtain knowledge.
That's right. I totally agree with that. But I'm saying it was never to the point like it is now.
Oh, I agree, brother. I totally agree with you. Yeah, I totally agree with that. Right.
Yeah, it's out of control, and we have a land that mostly is bought up. Have you ever seen how some rich people live? I've went to a person's house. His driveway was a mile. His driveway. It took a mile to get to his house. So when he had a gate. Once you pass the gate, you have to drive a mile to get to his house. His house is way out, far from any roads. And what that says to me too, that is a representation or physical manifestation of his mindset and his psychology. If you are living out somewhere and you are that far removed like that, I'm talking about from the highways and stuff, you are scared, because it's like, you don't want nobody to get you. You know what I'm saying? You want to be far away from people so you can hog your stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because if you really meet real wealthy people, they are all afraid. I'm telling you. You would be surprised how afraid they are of the average person. Oh my God, because they are constantly reminded on a daily basis of watching people who don't have. So it makes them so fearful that, oh my God, I can lose this. So that's the problem with money. Whereas what Lance is talking about with land, you can't take land from someone after it's your land. You can take money. You can rob money. Money can, your bank account where you might have the money, but it's locked, it's frozen. So you don't have access to it. But with land, you can't rob land. You know what I'm saying? It's yours. So that's what I was saying as far as
I actually have to correct that. I got to understand that the Constitution still remains. If there's a war, the military can still come by and seize your land.
Yes,
I was going
to say that.
Yeah, I'm about to say yeah. So actually, that's why the whole spinning wheel of now. And you're absolutely right. But you cannot own land conquered in a conquered land, because they could easily still take it away. Right. If you still own the land, you don't pay your taxes. And that's why I was making a point even about the $60,000. Even if you have so much money, the IRS says, well, guess what? I know a way to humble you. And so there's always something that is over money, which is power. So that's the highest level.
I was getting to earlier. It's really, at the end of the day, this world is based off of power and control. And that's what is important. And that's why when someone's talking about, they were talking about currency earlier and they were talking about manpower, it goes back into slavery. Slavery is having someone that is, you know, under you. And, you know, the Bible says that you're supposed to be the lender and not the borrower. That relates to having power over people. Once again, I just also thought about the fact that the guy previously that was talking about that he was saying that he doesn't really, he's not saying that he doesn't agree with what we're saying. And he's also not, you know, abandoning his beliefs. He believes that it's both. In a way, that's kind of true. I mean, everyone has a different perspective depending on their life experience. So in some respects, that might be the way that things pan out for him. I mean, we don't have all of the answers. It's just like the land thing. We're looking at land because land seems like it's a means to create some sort of system where we are not basically slaves to this society. But even within the whole idea of accumulating land, there's still the laws and, you know, things that can go into effect. It still can take away from having that whole idea working, because when you think about it, the people that really run the world are the banks. Everyone is paying and is a slave and works for the bank. You pay your mortgage, you pay your rent. Okay, you pay your mortgage to the bank. From the person that owns the complex, they pay the money for the property to the bank. Your job pays you via, they get their money from the bank. So it's like everything is going back to the bank. With the land, having the land, if you don't pay the taxes on the land, they can take the land from you, right? So unless you go to another country that doesn't have taxes on the land, that is the solution, really.
Well, but that's what I was saying about greed. He was talking about the law. That's what I'm saying. That's an illegal law. That's a man-made law that they can take your land. They can take such and such because they have words on paper. And what I'm saying is that's ultimately a form of greed and power too, and control, like you were saying, because it's like saying that you can never have anything without someone being over you. And that's what I don't disagree.
That's the problem. Yeah, I can't think of anything that takes away from that. I just can't think of anything.
Yeah, because power still supersedes money and greed. Because even as a citizen, who doesn't care about the law, if I want what you have, your property, your land, whatever, I can still obtain it through force. Because you gotta understand this: no bank ever seized the country. It's always been power, an army, force. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So money is something circulating, and in every body you have to have circulation. So if you have an operation moving, you have to have circulation within your operation. Operation. Not to say that it keeps you alive, but you have to have something circulation, because when people realize that it stopped, then lights come on. You know what I mean? People realize, well, hold up. And I use this for an example. It was a picture, and it had a bunch of Africans kneeled over, and the Monopoly board was on their back. And underneath it, just all they have to do was stand up. And it's really that simple. A light just has to come on, and we just have to just say, you know what? Why am I paying you taxes? Why am I paying you rent? Why am I? And that's why they have to keep something circulating, because when that fire catches, oh man. Because here's the thing: who is the one that's holding us down? Ourselves. Who is the police? Ourselves, the citizen. Who is you see what I'm saying? And the only thing that they have on you to make you isolate and suppress your own citizen, your own people, is because he don't know how to feed himself. So that's why you have to teach people how to live off the land, so you can be dependent. You got to understand this. It goes back to the Bible that said the chosen people will inherit the earth. The meek will inherit the earth. So
Right,
you
the
keep
meek.
going out here chasing that, the meek will inherit the earth. And then when you got to understand the name of Israel, why does his name change to Israel? The one who struggles with God. So the children of the one who struggles with God. You gotta break these names down to get the understanding on what your purpose is here. It's not a struggle, because when you embrace the struggle, it becomes a reward. It becomes strength.
Yeah, but they
So
talking about
get out the
struggling with
illusion
the
of
God of
fear.
this world. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. People confuse the God of this world with the ultimate God, and that's not. The God that runs this world is evil, or what you would call Satan.
Well, that's in there too. The 1,000 years. I mean, it's very simple. If anybody does the math, it says the devil is going to reign for 1,000 years. No,
right,
I'm just saying. They said the devil will reign on the earth for 1,000 years. And if you look at
Revelation, that's later on. They're talking about unleashing Satan.
No, but we're talking about also that Revelation was a reflection of an Old Testament, Daniel's revelation.
I'll be back.
So we're still talking about it. We're still talking about curses and things there. But that's going down a whole nother round. These things were going to be left as a test here for a certain period of time, and then the whole objective is who comes out of this obstacle course is going to be the beneficiary. If that's what we were commonly saying, without going into that topic.
Well, I mean, I'm going to say that the only thing that I can think of that possibly could be a solution is giving up the, that's the only, the thing about that is the fear that everyone experiences with, not going along or, with being different and trying to come out of the world system. It's like what the person was saying earlier, once we all collectively start waking up, which I think is happening, and seeing what's truly going on, and that, it doesn't have to be this way. I think that's when the world will start changing. And it seems like it would be challenging because we're so used to all of our gadgetry and all the things and all the technology that we have now. But when we look at the times past and, back in the day, when we look in the history books, they didn't have all of this stuff, and life was so much more simpler. They had less, and it kind of seems like maybe they did a lot more with less.
It was still a struggle with power, and to use his own what he was talking about, basically he's saying that when we wake up, it's gonna be, it'll be over. No, to be honest with you, you're talking about using force, and you're saying who's doing the force? It's the citizens and all that. No, that's not necessarily true. We are being used.
I'll say that one more time. I don't think
we are being. Well, you were saying who's forcing us to do this? You were saying it's the citizens. With the police are the citizens.
Oh yeah, right.
Okay, this is what I'm saying. They're being used. You know what I'm saying? Those systems were created, but what I'm saying is that's ultimately force, because what do they call police? They call them law enforcement. So they are forcing you to obey the law. So until it doesn't matter if we wake up, if we are still being forced in the system, that's the ultimate problem, is the force. Forcing you, because I totally agree with everything you were saying about knowledge of self and learning how to live on your own. But guess what? If you are born in a system, you're not going to be able to do that here. And you're not going to be able to be taught that here when you can't develop it in this type of situation with the laws that restrain you and force you to live a certain way. That's what law is doing. So the problem is the law. So until we can change this law that they have, really that's the trick altogether, is this law they created. The law makes us...
I totally agree. Because here's the thing about this. This is how simple it is. And let's be competitive. You know what I mean, in a sense. Let's bring up history. Thomas Paine, one of the forefathers, right? You know what I mean? So he wrote a letter called Common Sense in February. I think he published it February 1776. By what he wrote in that letter, fired the Europeans in America to say, you know what, fuck you, Britain, we're going to separate. And by July by July, they had already established a new constitution and a new nation, and independence. So it is that simple for us to stand up and say, you know what, we are the police.
We take blood. It takes blood. It says the liberty must be washed. The tree of liberty must be washed with blood, or refreshed with blood. You see what I'm saying? People don't want to die, but what I'm saying is, in order to be free, you're gonna have to. What I'm saying is, it takes blood. That's just how the world works. The nature of the. Just look at What I'm saying is, look at nature without any intervention and without putting yourself in it. If you look at the wildlife, just look at the wildlife without human intervention, and look at nature take its course. How they have to devour each other. They have to eat each other raw and hunt each other just to survive. That's the real nature I'm talking about. It's this fiction that we put in our mind that the world is this great place and there's
well,
no
let me
conflict.
ask you this question. Do you think nature is to comply, or is in our nature to compete? Which one do you think is nature?
Wait.
In your opinion,
say that again. What's the question?
Do you think that's nurture behavior to compete with one another, or is that a nature trait that we're born into this world? Like, you know what I'm saying? Nature is something that we're born into, not for you. I know you understand, but anybody's listening. Let me qualify that. What I understand is nature is something that you're born into. That you just automatically. No one has to tell you to breathe. No one has to tell you to wake up. Open your eyes when you come out the womb. Everything that you do is your nature. All right. Your nurture is something that somebody is, teaching you, influencing you to do over a matter of time. So, do you think complying was nature, or being competitive was a form of nature?
Oh, do I think that being competitive is a form of nature?
Right, or being compliant?
I still don't understand. Are you asking me, is being compliant part of nature, or is being competitive part of nature?
Well, some people have an argument that being competitive is our nature. Like, just like what you were saying, is like it's an animal kingdom. The animals, without anything being nurturing civilization, that they will be just tearing each other up. So then that must be a competitive nature to do that.
Yeah, that's what we put in. This
it's like the survival of the fittest, basically. So are we born with the survival of the fittest, or are we born with the nature to comply with one another?
Well, here's the issue. The children of God, okay, the first humans on the planet, you have a soul. And that soul does conflict with this nature, because this nature, you are not from here. You in the world, but not of the world. So your soul does want to have peace and whatever, but this nature.
But we're also adaptability. We're adaptable. Every dimension that we go into, we eventually adapt.
I'm trying to break this down though. The soul that is in you desires a place that this earth cannot give you. This earth cannot suffice for what your soul desires. It desires a place of perfect peace. This is why you feel wrong when you go through life. Stuff happens why you feel bad. Why you have that emotion like, man, that was tragic. You know what I'm saying? Or why you feel bad about certain things that happen normally in life. That's your nature versus the highest God nature, which is separate from this planet. This planet is isolated. You need to read some of the Gnostic material, Piece of Sophia. You can read Greek mythology about Zeus creating the humans out of ashes.
I'm familiar with that. But based off of what you read and what you understand, do you feel as if, as a baby coming into this earth, is born with nature to comply or nature to compete? Which one are you may feel like it's both. I don't want to just isolate you to one or the other. You know what I mean?
It's both of them. Nature owns your body. Your body is going to have desires whether you want or not. You are not in control of that. It's involuntary. Just like your stomach will growl because it needs something to eat. Your body will
so
desire.
so that's what I'm saying. So you complying with your stomach when it growls, right? You're complying with the earth. When it rains, you comply with it. You go seek shelter. So our nature, is to comply. What we've been indoctrinated with is to compete. You see what I'm saying?
Competition happens organically too, though. You don't have to teach somebody to compete. Like I said, just look at the animal. Just look at. Well,
if I'm eating because I'm hungry, I don't think I'm competing for food. I don't calculate that being the last hyena. You know what I mean, running around the jungle. I just calculate it as. That's what I'm saying. That's complying with your hunger. So that's what I'm saying. Are you competing with the other person, with the other animals? Or are you complying?
Yeah, we are.
So that's what I'm saying. So without any
that question is formatted. That's not the right format. You're asking a question about competition and compliance, but you're asking is competition compliance? No. Competition
no, brother. No,
I qualify. If I'm eating food, am I competing?
No. Let me qualify that. It was in rebuttal to what you were saying as far as the nature of being actually interrupted, which is just resulting in going back to the nature. Yeah, that's all it was. Not even just take it down this far of a tunnel. You know what I mean? Because you and I agree. I agree with most of what you're saying. But what I'm just saying is, it's a lot of it wasn't necessarily for you who think that we're really born with the nature just to compete and don't understand that really is what we have to go back to. We have to go back to the nature of compliance. We've been stuck in the nature, in my personal opinion, of competing. And we have to, that's been, to my opinion, is something that is a nurture behavior. I think we come out to the world, maybe then confused, but eventually we comply with it, and that's the way that it works.
There's two different people on this planet. There's two different essences on this planet. Everybody is not a human. Everybody is not. See, this is what you gotta understand.
Well, I do understand. I do understand that.
Right. The essence of compliance are the children of God. You know what I'm saying? There are other races here or other people from a different origin, meaning not of a spiritual origin. They're of a physical origin. And yes, they by nature compete. You know what I'm saying? So when we learn and when we live in a system by those people, nurtured, competitive.
We end up adapting to their behavior, right?
Exactly. And so we take on this nature, but the problem with nature is it's half-made. Jehovah or God in the Bible, the Lord, whoever in Genesis, this is the God of creation. This is not the highest God. The highest God has nothing to do with creation, because creation in itself is an act of being separate from perfection and the fullness. So when we talk about nature and stuff, people act like nature is the highest. Nature is half, because everything dies and decays. If nature was perfect, everything would have its own sustenance, and it would have no need to be replenished. There would be no desire. See what I'm saying? But because we're in this situation, this physical existence, that's all we know. So we think nature is the highest. Nature is not the highest. The highest is spiritual. But going back to what you were saying about nature or whatever, nature, you know what I'm saying? It's not just, I hear people talk about, oh, it's just so great and everything's good. That's a lie. That's you're not looking at the whole picture. I'm not saying it's all bad, but ultimately, when you hear people talk like that, they are actually blinding themselves from the actual truth of the situation
You're right.
we are in. You know what I'm saying? It's like not looking at one thing, but I want to look at the other, and I want to only think about it's being blind, and biased.
Well, here's this perspective. Oh, go ahead, brother. I'm sorry. Finish your thought. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's fine. It's just I hear people. The conflict we have is what we are taught about something. the best way to learn something is to observe it yourself. Don't go by what someone says it is. Go by what you observe it. And that's how a lot of my learning has come from observing, not just reading in a book. Because the book may say something. Example, law. People talking about we're losing our rights. We never had rights. We had rights on paper. But the actual application of those rights and in their usage, we never had that. We never had that, if you look at it. You know what I mean? We're losing rights. They never respected certain rights. We just had it on paper. So I'm saying any science or anything that you're looking at, look at it and observe it for what it actually is. So people can say life is great and all this stuff, but life is not only just great. Life challenges too and shortcomings. So you have to look at the whole, you know what I'm saying? I'm a person, a true scientist does not put himself in the observance. And that's the problem I have with Western society science, is the person that we read in these colleges, their psychology is already biased. So they are tainting the science that they're observing by putting their psychology in it. They don't observe nature. They have a white supremacy mindset. So when they see something that contaminates their scientific research, you see what I'm saying? You have to remove yourself, just examine it for what it is, and then knowledge will come to you. You know what I'm saying? But we put our emotions and we put what we have been taught. It's the actual true science of just observing what it is. It may not be an opinion of what someone, it might be a combination of things and a complexity that you can only observe. So that's what I'm saying about nature. Life is more a struggle to survive than anything else, if you want to be honest. You know what I'm saying? All the other stuff is details of that struggle. Your main struggle in life is to survive. You can never get enough energy or enough sustenance to go even another day. You need more energy. So that in itself, life is the essence of being in lack. So that's what I'm saying. And I'm not saying in a way that's, it's so negative. I'm just giving you the truth, what it is, you know what I'm saying, without me putting myself about how I feel about it, you know. And I think that's what a lot of more people need to do, and you can come into wisdom that way, without, you know, putting yourself in everything that you observe. Take yourself out of it and just, you know, I'm not making the lion eat a live animal raw. You had nothing to do with that. You know what I mean? It's just nature taking its course. And just like death and whatever else that happens, this happens organically. But we blame ourselves for the situation we're in, and we think, ultimately, all I'm saying is, go watch the Matrix again. He says the only way out of this Matrix is to destroy the Matrix. And unfortunately, we are so wrapped in the Matrix that destroying it, we think is a bad thing. You know? Oh, the end of the earth. Oh, what's going to happen? If you're going to die anyway, just a matter of time, why are you concerned? There'd just be less people, less souls to come down here, be in prison. So the Lord Jehovah in the Bible, he wants us to be confounded in bodies. That was the whole story. And even in church, they get that story wrong, and they teach people that we were wrong for eating an apple, and that's why we suffer. No, we were bodies in that story. So if you're already in physical bodies and you have to eat, you already at lack. You're already suffering.
I don't believe that's true, bro.
So the actual real interpretation of that story was, it was a power that wanted to keep us away from knowledge and keep us from coming into our own to escape this existence, because he wants to rule over us.
Well, let me give you this analysis and see how that runs by you. Because that actually, what the interpretation I got from it, the Garden of Eden, was this was actually inside of the womb. This was before, because All right, backing up. Basically, Adam and Eve and the serpent was in the garden, and that actually, from my understanding, is that was just only one person. It wasn't three beings. It was actually one complete person, which Satan, the serpent, represents the brain, which is the sperm that manifests into the sperm and the spinal cord. Eve represents the heart, which is the emotion. In Arabic, we call her Iwa, which stands for emotion. And Adam represented the embodiment. When you really break down the story, when it's talking about the tree, that's, you know what I mean, it could be associated to the what's the afterbirth? I'm brain fart right now, but the afterbirth, basically, the fetus. Thank you. The placenta. Thank you, sweetie. Thank you, Queen. The placenta. That's actually, when you look at it, it looks like a tree. And so when it talks about, now when you understand the story coming from this angle, if you are Adam, you got to understand this. Adam was the only one that was present. Not the only one. Adam and the serpent, was the only one that was present when Yahweh was given the diet. So if just think about it logically, if the Most High gave you the diet, I don't care who she is coming at me with something that is forbidden, I'm not going to eat it. So of course that's not what it meant. What it was talking about is, and the body can't be moved. The only way that the body can be moved, because if you notice, the serpent never went to Adam, he went to Eve, which is the emotion. So the brain, your mind, controls your emotion, and wherever the mind controls the emotion, the body shall follow. That's why they all got penalized, and that's why they all three got expelled out of the womb. And that's why Christians say the only way that you can go back to heaven, which is inside the womb, is to be born again. That all, and so when the Most High said that I made you in my image, that was before they had shape. They didn't have shape at that time. And then he gave them shape. So that was a separation from humans from us.
But the problem, and I hear what you're saying, the problem with that interpretation is that you got to follow where that story, the origins of that story come from to understand what they were talking about. And they were talking about falling into the physical from the spirit.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Them being expelled. Right, it started because you gotta understand the Genesis. This is not our Genesis, because if you read the Bible in Genesis, if you read it in Hebrew, it talks about two Adams. So it's not talking about just one Adam. It mentioned Adam, which is the Adam, which is the original man. This was not the genealogy of the Adam. This was a particular Adam. So if you notice that how he's using it was, he says, animals of this kind, of their own. So that means that they were already existent before. So that means that wasn't given a genealogy. So that was never. So the Bible never claimed to be the actual original story. That is the original story of a certain particular bloodline, which is Seth. If you follow the Bible, they're following the genealogy of Seth, Adam to Seth, all the way down to Esau. So you got to understand, it goes a little bit deeper than that. So there are other books beyond just that, because that book collection that most people associate themselves with is just a form, is just a gathering and a collection. I study the other books as well, which have the stuff that are not compiled.
Have you studied the piece of Sophia? Easter Sophia.
No, brother, I haven't studied that one there. What is that?
Okay, what is that?
Well, I mean, is that the Holy Grail? Does that hold all the information?
I'm trying to tell you, that's the entirety of the story of Adam of the Garden of Eden. That's where the Bible.
It can't possibly be one source that has the entire. Because who is the one documenting it? If it's happening,
listen. I'm gonna tell you something. Who's the one documenting it? It's based on the history, the lineage of the literature. But where's the literature source? Okay, you gonna let me answer you, or well, I mean, I'm trying to.
Oh yeah, I'm complying. I'm complying. I ain't competing. Go ahead, brother.
This is what I'm telling you. The story of Adam and Eve. These are partial stories in the Bible. They're not. They're coming from a whole. that scripture means part of a whole. If you read what came, see, this is the problem with people with the Bible. Most people read the Bible, don't read anything before the Bible. And therefore, they take the Bible as the authority of the only book. And what I'm saying is you got to follow what came before these collection of stories in the Bible. What's the entirety? That's what led me to find these other books. The book that the story of Adam and Eve came from is coming from the Peace of Sophia and the Gnostic story. That's where they came with that. And that was retold in the Bible
was that the origin?
as a partial. That's the origin. If you read that, it tells the whole story.
So these stories, so let me ask you this question then, brother. These stories did not first stem from the Abrahamic faith was not an extension of the monotheistic faith of Zoroastrianism, and also a collection of the Hindu faith, which also stems back to ancient Egypt, back to Sumerian, which also stems back to pyramid text. Which also goes back to Sumerian text.
Let me interject really quick, y'all. We give it like another 15 minutes. We're going to definitely be back on a live show tomorrow night at an early time. And we're picking up we're picking up speed, and that's good. But we're going to need more time, a big chunk of time. But just kind of like, let's have a happy landing by another 15 minutes, because I got to step out of here in a little while. I didn't know the time had flown on so much, but I'm really, really enjoying this. It's like cerebral candy for me right now. And I know everybody else is enjoying it also. But you bring your points and stuff, and then when you're all done, let Ison, wrap it up too, because this has his name on the show. And then Ace, we're gonna do something too, but let's just wind this down in 15 minutes.
Yeah, I was gonna say they all basically, we can get into an argument about the origins of this, that, and all that, but they all stem from the ancient text, the most ancient, which is in Egypt. And they're all derivatives, but some of them are actually works from the Library of Alexandria that got burned down, that were retold from different cultures who had different political reasons, different racial reasons. But what I'm saying is, you can still get an aspect of wisdom if you understand the deeper meaning in them and don't take them as actual
literal stories. Yeah, I agree. I totally
literal
agree.
Stories that are, from a date. Because I gave you that example with the two twins going up on the mountain. That's what it's symbolizing, and we can get so caught up in the history of where this came, who wrote, and we don't get the message. And what I'm saying is, I've observed these things in my own life, what I'm talking about, as far as nature and how that goes along with that story. So it's not me just going based off the literature. I can give you real life examples showing you how melanin is the titan and the gods being crushed and turned into human beings. You can study it scientifically. They got immortal cells from Henrietta Lacks, a black woman, from her melanin. They got immortal cells. They're immortal from something that's not immortal. No other race on the planet.
Here's the thing, you and I agree, but I don't want to get lost in looking back too further, because it's like what I want to touch on your knowledge and your wisdom you shared earlier is about observation of current times. You feel me? Because there's no way that we can actually look into these, because we have to break down sources and everything, because that's how I do things. I break down sources, and I need to know where you got your source from, and that, you know what I mean? But to not even go off on no, I'm just saying not well, a lot of that stuff you got to understand. One of the orders that we've always been taught coming through any spirituality is you got to understand the literature of today, because we don't understand the literature of yesterday. We don't understand their terms, their expressions, their sarcasm. We don't know if it's fiction or playwright or even a parable. So there's observation that we can follow today. That's giving us guidance for life. You know what I mean? As far as how do we take care of the earth, how do we stay in cycle and sequence? So you know what I mean? So that's the higher knowledge, the higher wisdom. If you agree to that, I definitely can agree to that. But as far as there's never going to be able to get an origin of the date, because when you really get into the knowledge, you understand that the stories are simply repeating themselves. It just keeps repeating itself. And that's what every book, story, history, biblical text is basically saying. You're not a prophet. You're just looking back in history. And once you understand that cycles and systems repeat themselves, and just, and again, it's just mathematically going to happen again. So we have to kind of fast forward. Yeah, exactly. We have to fast forward and look at, okay, are we actually being fooled by this biblical outcome that's going to happen? Or are we actually living in, are we fooled?
People are being fooled by religion because the way they're being taught and the interpretation they're being given is based on control.
No book came down with any religion, so I totally agree. That is the biggest delusion. That, and I'm Muslim. I consider myself Muslim, which is someone who submits. Now, my total guidance right now is the Quran. But I come from actually, being Christian, is knowing the Bible, and as well as, African.
Too,
so I study East. And then we also got to understand,
10 minutes, y'all.
I come from a Christian background. Okay. Yeah, I said I come from a Christian background too, but I said my ultimate source is truth. And I don't care where I get it from. If it's truth and I find that it's truth, I'm not trying to submit or relinquish my pursuit of knowledge and my pursuit of truth to find that out.
Oh, no. Yeah, definitely. I agree with that. You're totally right.
Right. If it validates itself, I'm not going to, once again, systems. That's what religion is. Systems. Systems to keep out and keep in certain things to limit you. Once again, you can eat from any tree but the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. When someone limits you on anything, from any question, once you start doing that, that's when it's a problem. Because you're being denied not getting to. So that's my ultimate, what I seek. I don't seek any system. I seek truth. And once you find truth, it will reveal itself to you where you know that it's the truth. Because why? It will never change. It's actually, an actuality. But when you're dealing with other things, they come and go, they change. That's illusion. So that's why I say, but that's a deeper conversation. But ultimately seek truth and wisdom. Ask for that from the universe. And don't look to a man, or don't look to only one system or one book or one, you know what I'm saying? Your inner soul to give you that. And you will actually start seeing how they confine you based on knowledge. Once again, that's the main, what I get out of that main story, however people want to interpret it, is that knowledge is the key to freedom. And that's even in the Bible. That you find truth and the truth shall set you free. You know what I'm saying? Limiting knowledge keeps you trapped. So, that's my only issue with religious people, is that they don't want to hear anything outside of religion. So therefore they deny themselves freedom and the truth to be free in their pursuit of knowledge. You know what I mean? And that's forbidden to this day. That's why they got lodges and Mason temples and all this stuff, that they want to prevent you from getting the wisdom that they have. See what I'm saying? Because then you will what? As we're open, and now behold, they have become as one of us. That's in the Bible. So that means the serpent didn't lie, because they actually came and said, yes, look, they are like one of us now. Now we got to kick them out. Because if they eat of that tree of life, we got a problem on our hands. So the only, you know what I'm saying? The only way they keep us down is through death. Because otherwise we ultimately we're gonna come to that, man. We're gonna get back to our the highest level, and that's the destruction of the matrix. And we are on that. Trust me, you watching the news, you looking around, you see we are closer than ever to that end. and ultimately that will be the ultimate salvation or escape from this system. So I'll end on that.
Well, it's been wonderful, y'all. And I didn't mean to sound abrupt, because when we do our shows here, we'll let it roll until we all are snoring, or it's been wonderful. And like, I got to take a little dip out. I'm going to be up pretty late tonight. Tomorrow evening, I'm going to do something 6, 7, 8 o'clock, whatever, around that time. This week, I'm not going to really say it's going to be this exact time until we're really close to it. It's like Brother Ison, when we spoke earlier, and I said, well, when do you want to do it? You know what I mean? I'm free flowing, because I have a lot this week that I'm doing, really a lot, but I'm going to, bump up the shows and the recorded segments. And for anybody who's listening, if you want to do a little segment or something, hey, I just put the buttons on, we'll record it or throw it out. I want to do a lot of work this week and accumulate, but I want to upgrade and do some things under the hood of the website, the blog, and with the whole platform, that little simple things that are really you got to have the time to do. I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
Yeah. No, I said I enjoyed it, and appreciate you having me back.
Oh yeah, that's always it's always going to be, you, Brother Ace, everybody else, Brother Jack, and we get into the whole intellectual thing. Debating is just comparing and influencing and helping each other up, either one way or the other. And that's the way it should be done. That's what makes it very interesting, because everybody brings their points and perspectives, with the respect and so convincing, and it causes you to think. Trust me, if we had more conversations like this, we wouldn't have a need for aspirin. You know what I mean? Because we wouldn't get headaches. We'd be so busy thinking and dissecting stuff and saying, hold on, this is some good stuff. I don't have a time for a headache. It's only when you're sitting back observing the TV and watching and having things put in your head that really you can't digest. But this kind of stuff, this is not junk food. It brings a lot of roughage, and it keeps my head clean from the inside, because God knows it's clean from the outside, But it's been wonderful. It's 9:56. And Eastern Standard Time. And for those who are out there, I'm going to put the phone number again. I have my phone numbers on many different platforms, and I had one phone number. I streamlined my account with T-Mobile, and here's a number in the chat room: 407-590-0755. But for everybody who has a number of mine, and it may not be that one, just get rid of them, because this is the only one. Yes, Nicole, and thank you so much for being here. You gave us balance with all of this testosterone around, to hear feel your female energy, which is a mighty energy. It's not anything weak, it's strong. Because if you notice, when the first utterance that you executed, you know what I mean? It's just something about that. And it gives me great joy, not just because, you're a female, you're a woman, you're a lady, okay? That's what I mean. But you have the confidence to call on in, because I've noticed, and I don't watch other shows, but I've had experiences where I peeped in on the show and I'm not going to listen to this, because these guys are so chauvinistic, they're sexist, and they want to step all over you and, oh, well, you're a woman. Come on. This is, even how Ace and Brother Ison addressed you. Yes, Queen. So I'm like, wow, I love that. And people need to see that, because there's so much negative energy between the sexes, especially with black folks, black people online. We're fighting against each other. And yes, we can make points, and sometimes the point of our development, even sometimes disagree, but not make it personal and ugly and whatever. We had a situation earlier on the show. I don't like that kind of stuff. I run from drama. I don't like drama. That brings a certain energy. We can roll around in the dirt intellectually. I'm okay with that, as long as we don't start stepping back and now throwing the low blows. There's nothing like a good boxing match where you play by the rules and it's clean. And in a good boxing match, you try to take each other's head off, but it's done in a clean fashion, and each fighter elected to indulge in this, in this thing. So it's cool. But when you start throwing the low blows and stuff, it takes away from the beauty of you executing your skill. So, we learn from each other. There are many people who are listening, many people who will listen to this and say, you know what, I learned something, or, I want to move on and do something else, whatever. It's all about growth. Because there's some shows I see out here. It's like, what are they doing online? Why do they even get on there and start talking? And who are these people following these knuckleheads? Because like I said, it's not about me. You know, the folks that come on, my brothers and sisters here, that's what makes it. I ate 2 plates of food. I drank some water. I had some coconut water. I had a piece of fruit in the room. You know, I made room for more food, walked the perimeter of the house, and the show was going on. That's a wonderful thing. When you can walk away as a host from your show and it carries on beautifully with respect and the knowledge flows, I feel like a father who raises a successful family. That if I pass on, I know that my family will go on. You know what I mean? Only a jacked up father will say, you know, if I'm out of here, y'all are messed up because y'all know how to run things. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, no, I was just saying I'm glad we were able, because we need this more, to be able to speak and engage in conversation, exchange knowledge, and just expound without having argument and going at each other. Because I see that even in the conscious community, it's becoming more like aggressive. You know, we need this. We need more, and just having that. You know, without without conflict and without drama.
Right.
Without drama all the time. But once again, I'll put my email out if people want to contact me. It's iceson31@gmail.com.
Yes.
EYESON 31 Gmail. And appreciate you again, Lance.
Yes.
Your platform and what you're doing, because you keep it raw. And we need that, because you know it's rarely anything out here that is not being influenced. That people just keep it real, just straight real, without worrying about their sponsor or somebody offending anyone. And you know, it's a rarity.
Thank you.
And that's one of the reasons why that's why I love your platform.
Thank you, man. Thank you. And the many others out there worth, you know, mentioning and everything. But, you know, I try to make it, you know, back in the day, you know, you're trying to get things together. Sometimes it goes here and it goes there, but I still leave the old shows up, and we're going to make it better. Suggestion on what people want to talk about. And if you have a story to tell, doesn't matter if you have the great wisdom like it was shared here tonight, or you want to talk about something that happened to you in your life. Everybody has a story to tell and a perspective to share. And I believe that whether I'm in the street with someone who the world would call a crackhead or a prostitute, there'll be some of those this week. I'm going to take the camera to the streets this week. I got to get a couple of my bodyguards up. I'm getting older now. You know, I'm getting a little more frail in my old age. You know what I mean? I don't hit as hard to protect myself. So other than that, yeah, definitely Kennedy Williams. We're definitely going to do that. But yeah, it's all about growth and seeking the truth and communicating that. And when somebody had emailed me the other day and said, man, how come to them low lives? I said, man, you know, at one point they were born, they were in their parents' arms, and the parents had dreams for them. If that was the case, because sometimes our children are thrown away, but you know, the Creator didn't make anybody who's a low life, right? And at some point along the way, they took a turn, they made a decision, they made a bad choice, or they just overlooked something, and the tumble began. And there's always a point where they think, if I didn't get to this point, I wouldn't be where I am. And when I speak to people on those levels, it's not to exploit them. It's basically to show the world, as long as they're willing. I don't force it on anybody. But hey, talk to me. At what point did you feel, you know, and people can see that. And we have a lot of folks out here who are at the crossroads. They're at certain points in their life, and they may be very fragile. And if they can hear somebody who actually took a tumble, you know, and they can get something from that and say, hey, this is real, what they're going through. You know, and I'll add a little humor in there. We'll make it fun. It won't be boring. But I just find that true communication is very interesting. And the true communication, heart to heart, where a person trusts you enough to open up and share their story and to let them know that they are important and that what they say will influence somebody for the better. And we all need to know that. So there's nobody who's really a failure or throwaway. And when they fail at a test, there really is no failure. In actuality, it makes them know that they can take the test again and not make those same bad choices and come out a winner in the end.
That's right.
That's right. You know, I mean, sometimes I have to flex on some of the knuckleheads that come at me. I do have testosterone. It may not be what it was when I was 20 years old, but I can still be aggressive now. You know what I mean? I'm not, you know, I'm not 89 years old and shriveled up like that with raisins down there. You know what I'm saying? But I still produce. I still produce the man juice. But that being said, say it again.
Yeah, we need those.
Yeah, of course.
Those stories though.
Oh, you know,
unheard. That's what you need to hear.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
That's what you need to hear from those people because they don't have a voice. And you know, because I seen that one you did with the crackhead.
Yeah.
That one up, man.
And I had to, you know, I had to put him on the spot. I mean, I had to really ask him some questions.
Buildings. I was like, wow. I mean, I'm saying if I was making up a story, I wouldn't have been that. I mean, he was climbing buildings.
Yes.
I'm like,
to get high, to masturbate while he was high. How do you masturbate after climbing to the 3rd story building? And I said, how did you get down? The same way I got up. Yo, that cracked me, but I believe him. Right? Man, and how do you have the strength to climb down a building after you masturbate?
I'm saying that's amazing. To climb, he's like a superhero. He climbing buildings, tall buildings, to go to the top of the roof to smoke crack or masturbate or whatever. And then he doing gay stuff to get crack or whatever.
Right.
Then he's saying he was a Christian and he sang, and then he was talking about how when he was younger he used the plunge. I was like, this is just, I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly. With the plunger, man, and talk about Satan, you know, F-U-C-K me and all this stuff.
Yeah. But I'm saying, like, I would have, meaning if I told someone that, they would say, you're making some of this up.
Right. And remember that night that I made that video, right? I mean, I know him from when I used to work as a correction officer in the county jail here, right? So I knew his story somewhat. And that was like 15 years ago. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
I was driving, I was finished with my routes for the day, and I was bringing the bus back to the base. And I always see him randomly here and there in the street. But he was on this particular corner, Colonial and Orange Blossom Trail, Route 50 and OBT. And I said, you know what? Yeah. I'm going to come. This is the night. I always keep my camera in my trunk of the car. Sometimes I bring it with me on the bus, but I can't use it on the bus. If I have a layover, I can use it, you know. But I said, I'm 5 minutes away. If he's going to be here, we getting that interview tonight. We're going to talk. We're going to share. Because I wanted people to hear. I didn't know he was going to say it like that. So I came back, you know, dropped the bus, fill out the paperwork, did the checks that I have to do, flew back down. I see him on his knees begging. That's what he does. He begs. But I guess when he's on his knees, there are other offers that come his way. So I honked the horn. And he didn't know who I was. He doesn't really know me like that. But I honked the horn. I said, hey, man. And I said, come over here, because he's very subservient. So I drove up in the park, and he's looking like, who is this? So I got up. He saw my bus driver uniform. He still couldn't make out who I was. So he's looking at me like, okay. I said, hey, man, listen. This is what I do. I got my camera. I wasn't being bossy, but I had to I know his personality. I said, man, you're going to help some people tonight. I mean, you're going to give me an interview, and you're going to tell me your story. See, when you have the authority and you carry yourself that way, he falls in, okay.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I said, listen, you're going to tell your story, and I want you to be frank about it. I'm going to ask you some questions that might be uncomfortable, but I want you to be raw. So he's like, where is this going to go? I said, this is going to go up on YouTube. I don't know if that might embarrass people. I said, man, look what you out here doing. Come on, man. We all know what you do. You know what I mean? Yeah, you already out here. You know what I mean? I mean, you've been doing this for a long time. So he's like, okay, you got a point. You know what I mean? So I said, I'm going to cut this camera on, and I want you to talk, and I'm going to guide you. So that's what we did. And when he went, I remember what he told me about messing with the men years ago. Then he said, well, I do all kind of things. And I said something, come on, man, tell it all. And he knew what I meant. Yeah, I mess around with men, whatever. So for the, not to be sensationalistic, right? But I went there. I said, okay, what do you do? Oh, and I pushed him there, but I didn't stay there, because when you saw toward the end, I said, listen, we're praying for you. You shouldn't have to go through this. You're talented. And I gave him, but I went there. You got to do entertaining stuff. I think at one point he laughed too. Then he sung the song, and the song was so ironic because here he is out in the street, but he's speaking about breaking the chains of oppression from the satanic force.
What was crazy.
Yeah.
Because when I saw that, the point I was making, I'm saying, where else could we have got an interview like that besides on the LanceScurv? You see what I'm saying?
I ain't gonna lie, you're right about that, because I'm nuts myself, you know, and I want to bring out that aspect more where, you know, it's a fine line, because if I take this equipment out and I'm by myself, hey, you know, man on man, you know, they're gonna have to bring like 5 or 6 of them and a knife or something, but you know, guns are out there, so I have to be careful. And like I said, this week at night, maybe twice on a particular night, I got get a couple people to come with me, and we'll go out there and we'll talk to people. Even if I've got to slip them $5, I gave homeboy $10. I knew what he was going to do with it, but I had to get that to bring it back. You know, and I felt good about that. So, you know, any folks out there, you know, you want to make $10, you don't have to do nothing now. Just talk. I'm not on it like that. But
right.
No, I know. I'm just joking. But we're gonna wrap it up, man. And like I said, I'm in love with these shows. I didn't stop. I just had to focus on other things. And we're just gonna keep coming rapid fire. And thank you all for your support just to be here. You know, because look at it, Ison. Yeah. We said last night we were gonna do the show, but we didn't say what time. We threw it up and everybody came.
Right.
And that's the biggest compliment, that folks would come here and spend their time. And it makes you want to go higher and work harder to make things better. And I have a lot of surprises as far as improvements are concerned. So just that support and share. You heard anything you like, share the links, you know, because this is good quality stuff. The input is just amazing to me. I learn a whole lot here, you know. So on that note, let me run. I'm going to talk to you probably early tomorrow. Not early, but, you know, I'm going to sleep late like usual. Download the LanceScurv app at the Google Play Store, the Amazon Store, and the App Store. You can hit me anytime, 407-590-0755. That's my direct cell. Text me. If you can't, just call me. I'll respond. I'm open for interviews. If you have something that you have to say or share, I don't censor you. Look, I'm not editing anything here. The words come out as long as we're respectful. You know, that's how we do it here. Also, subscribe to this channel. I'm trying to fix the problem of the alerts not coming through. But if you send me an email address or go actually to LanceScurv.com, my actual blog, and look on the top, and you can register on LanceScurv.com, and I'll be sending out my own alerts there. You can register, fill out a profile, all that good stuff, and it acts just like Facebook, and it won't fail this time. Melanin Envy is down for a little bit. I'm getting that back up with some new hosting. But LanceScurv.com, totally interactive. Check it out. Look in the top bar. When you get there, you'll see everything on how to register. That will give me your email address and make it that much easier. So if YouTube wants to act funny with me, that's okay. I'll send out my own alerts. Again, in all aspects of our life, it's important that we try to shoot for independence and not let anybody else have power over our lives. All right. But on that note, let me run. And all right, we're gonna do it. Be ready tomorrow, y'all. Be ready tomorrow, and all week I'm gonna kick behind with some good shows.
Every Friday evening, tune in to radio's hottest talk show, bringing you the realest, uncensored conversations with the boldest man on the net, LanceScurv.
All right, everybody, I'm gonna wrap this up. Eagle Eyes, you spent a lot of time, and you know, I was supposed to download that app. I'm gonna do it right now. So I got so caught up, and thank you so much. You know, I just love being here with everybody. And let me download this app right now. And if you're still up to it, feel free to call. Just give me about 5 minutes to really download this thing, okay? And I'm gonna wrap this up. And if you can, even if it's for just 2 minutes, you know, I'm gonna get your phone call. Everybody else, you can feel free to call me. I'm gonna wrap this up. Y'all take care. That's right. I might make a rap on this. But yes, give me that call, sweetheart, and we're gonna talk. Give me 5 minutes. Take care, everybody. This week we're gonna kick some behind and bring everybody out and speak some truth, and we're gonna be raw with it. You know, love you all.